Hello everyone, welcome in, welcome in. Before I change the scene over, let's go through the songs that we just blasted. So this was Starting Soon 2, which is very apt because it's also a game with the number 2 in it. It consists of My Poisonous Friend, Daily Grind, and Parasomnia by Ray Cufford. And with that out of the way, let me move this over here. Gotta do a little bit of modding, apparently. Little bit of modding. Let's see this. There we go. All good now. Let me start up the game. I do not believe that it will take a very long time for it to start up, unlike Killing Floor 2. I'll just have to see if it realizes that it has been started up. Let's see. Oh yeah, the bots. I mean, they're a thing. They're a thing. That's how you know you've made it. Let's see. I'm gonna get in here, and hopefully this will realize in just a second that I actually have a game on the screen. Perhaps the one downside of playing the GOG version, although I think most of the GOG stuff, yeah, there we go, is actually better updated than the Steam versions, at least of the old games. So I don't know. Remains to be seen, but we're in here, and it is apparently Wut Games week, which is something that I didn't know was a thing. I got like an announcement about it, I want to say a week ago, and it's going on all the way until, I want to say Thursday, and it's been going on yesterday as well. Now, the big thing is, I didn't get to stream yesterday, because I had other stuff that I needed to attend to, and I'm getting to stream tonight, but not on Wednesday, because I usually have other stuff to do on Wednesdays in the first place. And on Thursday, I'm planning on doing like a hobby stream. So for me, Wut Games week is just going to be Wut Games day, and I kind of wanted to pick like a very obscure game. I say very obscure. I'm actually going to check because I'm very curious now if like there's even anybody else in the Solar 2 category. So excuse me if you hear like some nondescript stream noises in the background, although I think it should be muted. No, I believe I am currently the only person playing Solar 2, which is kind of what I wanted in the first place, to be honest. I think that's in the spirit of Wut Games Week. But yeah, so this is an arcadey, not really space simulator, 2D space game, which is kind of a weird combination, because space is mostly well known for being incredibly vast and three-dimensional. And rather than bore you with all the details, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see... I think there is a way where we can essentially, like, reset the save data. Yes, I have cleared the data. In order to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe. And apparently we just did, so there you go. Not difficult, just invent the universe, forehead. And also there's a character in this game called the Entity, and he is now welcoming us to the universe. I gotta say, enter. First things first, the tutorial. Use the arrow keys or WASD to move. Yeah. I can press the dash or I to toggle the interface and monitor my progress. Right now I can basically turn it on and off again, but it'll all make sense in a little bit. Press escape to pause and bring up the menu. Some useful things there. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Want to grow? Try smashing hard into other asteroids. Do it now, I'll wait. Yeah, so essentially we're looking to get some mass right now, but in order to do that, we have to hit other asteroids. They also have to be smaller than us, because if we hit something larger than us, then we die. Although it being arcadey means that death is kind of meaningless, you just get respawned like very close to where you died. I have many missions for you to do for me, just follow the arrows while the interface is visible. Yes, so essentially what he's talking about is, in terms of story missions, there's 3 stages to this game, and as you can see, there's 4 categories of missions for each particular stage, and these denote the number of missions that we'll get to do. Now, I don't know if we'll get to like 100% a game over here, probably not, because there's a ton of achievements that I've never actually done, even on my other save file. But we can at least try. Get that ass. Yeah, that's what this whole game's about. You can abort a mission with backspace delete. Yeah. That should be all the info you need for now. Feel free to explore, grow, and do my missions. Beat all my missions, and I'll have a reward for you. He's lying, by the way. Do not believe the Entity. Do not believe its lies. But yeah, so for the time being, we're just gonna maybe like stick to being an asteroid. As an asteroid, you're just looking to collide into stuff, which is very different than the later gameplay, because there will come a point when we really want to avoid crashing into stuff. And, you know, it's just, this is the game. Now, everything kind of evolves with you in real time, so right now, there's not a whole lot of stuff going on in the universe. Everybody, at most, is just a space potato like we are. But over time, we'll get to see some planets, and maybe even some other crazy stuff. Like, that's a planet right there. And I mean, hey, to show you what I was talking about, we're a pretty big, like, rock right now. So I think if I hit this, we might get, like, mutually assured destruction. Yep. So I died, but the planet is also dead. Now, I don't know if that makes me feel really good about myself, like, I didn't so much as wipe something out because there was no life on there. But, hey, we did some stuff, I guess. It's 1 kill and 1 death, like, that's not so bad, you know, got a ratio of 1. I'll basically just be doing missions and talking about some stuff, but I gotta be honest with you, man, when I was, like, getting OBS ready, and I had to put in a new scene, and it's another game with 2, I'm starting to think that my type, when it comes to games, is just games with the number 2 in them. You ever think about that? I play Killing Floor 2. I played a lot of Overwatch 2. I'm playing Solar 2 right now. Like, what's with the number 2? Alright, let's do this mission. Oh god, the dinosaurs on that planet have discovered space travel. Dinosaurs in space? Yeah, we're screwed. But wait, there is hope. Their shields are vulnerable to asteroids. Crash into that planet and save the universe. Timing is everything. So essentially, we just gotta fucking, like, hit them. The thing that I just did, I already kinda did before. Oh. Planets will lose mass. Oh no, I accidentally became a planet. I think we can do a basic respawn. I would just like to be a potato, thank you. I would like to be a potato again. Well, I think we can actually kill him, just as, like, tiny rock. But we will get hit. This is the thing, planets with life on them are kind of rude, actually. Because they tend to, like, kill the asteroids. Essentially, there's, like, a very rudimentary aggro system in the game, where if you have a planet that has life on it, you don't get to control the life that you have on your planet. It just does things. Yeah. We've read this all. We've read this all. I don't know if I need to be bigger or not. Being big is what kind of screwed us the last time. Yeah, I'm gonna try to, like, dodge the rockets. Hopefully I don't get, like, a penalty for moving too far away. Seem to be okay. Let's get, like, a little bit more mass. Although I think 1 rocket, like, taps us, basically, and we're dead. Oh no, we ran into, like, a... Mission is too important to punish you for death. Okay. Now get in there and crash into that planet. Timing is everything. Oh yeah, so we just basically, like, want to avoid the giant crab-looking ship. The missiles are annoying, but, I mean, once we crash into him, I think we're good. I'm not sure what happened there. It's now part of a solar system, I think. I don't know if that's good or bad for us. It's kind of whatever right now, because there's no other planet with life near it, so it could work. Although, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult, because the thing is, every, like, object has gravity in this game, and it depends on the size. So, actually, suns are kind of annoying like that, and that crap thing is gonna be the most difficult thing to deal with. Oh boy. Look, this is just one of those things where you just gotta keep ramming your head against the wall. The missions get, like, a little bit more involved. Some of them are actually rather difficult, and you gotta, like, figure out what you need to do. This is not one of them. This is basically just crash into a planet. And I'm pretty sure it's coded in such a way that, like, essentially if I hit the thing, it's just guaranteed to die. The unfortunate side of this is obviously that if I get hit, I also die. I will absolutely say that the actual asteroid aspect of the game is probably the weakest and, like, least developed, because this is kind of all there is to it. You just try to accumulate mass, have some fun crashing into stuff, and that's about it. I'm legit just gonna, like, keep going at it until we reach it. It's gonna be difficult, but not impossible. Now, there is a trick here that we can kind of employ, but I don't know if I'm patient enough to do it, because every life form in this game is hostile to each other. So if we wait long enough for another system with life to pop up, and they get close enough, then essentially the ships are gonna get distracted and start fighting each other. Now, the thing that we gotta be careful about is that the ships that are considered enemies to this planet are also gonna be hostile to us. So, you know, there's gonna be twice the number of ships shooting at us, essentially. And obviously they patrol, they do all this stuff. I do think that it's kind of, like, shitty that we essentially got them into a solar system, because I don't think that's actually going to be good for us. But I guess we can attempt to do this, except, you know, the crap ship was just nearby there. Ooh, close, but no cigar. I can't tell if they respawn, and if they do, how fast they respawn. But I think we killed like a couple of the smaller ships. So maybe there's a chance that just we can, you know, we can continue to brute force it and eventually find success like that. There we go, it's dead. The universe is safe once again on behalf of the 10 quadrillion life forms that live here, thank you. You see, sometimes genocide is the answer, apparently. Now, the ships have changed color. That's because essentially what happens is any ship that doesn't belong to you is marked red for hostile, and any ship that doesn't, well, the red stuff has like a home planet somewhere, usually quite close to the ships themselves. The white ships are either referred to as aliens in the game, and occasionally I like to call them nomads because essentially they don't have like a planet anymore. So if any like armada loses its home base, you basically turn them into nomads and they just start roaming around killing everything. Doubt maybe that answer is incorrect. I mean, some people would argue with you for sure. It turns out the dinosaur planet you destroyed before was just a scout. We have now located the dinosaur home system. Oh yeah, this is a fun one. So he'll send in the troops to distract the enemy. Use their secret weapon, a dark matter asteroid, to destroy the system. Now, the dark matter asteroid is gonna turn into a fucking black hole once it gets destroyed. Like right now, it's inactive. It's got like the dark matter particles in there, but it's not like dangerous. But let's see. We just gotta like hurt it like a little bit. And I mean, if this thing hits them, it's gonna kill them all. I don't think that's gonna work because now it's in like the it's just kind of in orbit, and I don't actually think we're gonna be able to trigger it. Although we can try. Oh no, it worked. It worked okay. I think we kind of accidentally did it, but I guess maybe that wasn't the system we were meant to eradicate. Let's see. I believe it was this icon. Yeah, we gotta be careful now because essentially there's a lot of systems with life. There's also a black hole, just, you know, like there essentially. Now, you can actually screw around the black holes quite a bit. As you can see, it's like sucking in everything, and the more stuff it actually consumes, the larger it gets. Now, there is like a player limit because we can also turn into a black hole later on. As a player, the game essentially changes a lot when you become a black hole. It becomes kind of like a race against time. It's a lot of fun, but the black holes that are created naturally don't really have that. So there's a ton of interesting stuff that we can actually do with that. Like, I've messed around as like a star system / planet before when I kept feeding a black hole and just making sure that it got as large as possible because it never spawns another black hole, essentially. I don't know if that's like the right vector. It kind of looks okay. Is it gonna work? I guess I have to survive is the thing. I have to just send it in and then like live. It's been a while since I've done these missions. I have a separate save file somewhere that has, I want to say, like 50-ish hours on it. And I think the story on that is done. And I also started doing some of the achievements. There's a couple insane ones, like have like a solar system with like 40 planets or something. It's kind of messed up, but I believe I did do that one on my other save file. But I don't know. I think it's on another computer. Might be on like my laptop. I don't think the vector is like correct there, but hey, you never know. No, we missed it. We missed it. Let's see if we can catch it. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, you gotta get the shot right. You gotta line it up perfectly. It doesn't actually have to be perfect, but we do have to at least be in the fucking neighborhood. Let's see. Just keep on trucking, keep trying. This is the continuation of the same mission. The icon changes, but you know, we're still attempting to exterminate the dinosaur planet, I guess. Now a system. Full-grown system. Confirmed. Okay, so we actually came in at the right angle this time. It's kind of like random whether or not you get that as well. And the shape of your own asteroid obviously matters here. Like, we got kind of a doorstop looking thing here. Not the best, because depending on where we hit it, we can have a ton of problems. Apparently they never shot it. from the looks of it. Or if they did, they just don't really care. Nope, nope, I'm pretty sure we have to reset it. I thought that would be correct because they were fighting so many things. But I guess it was a little bit off. Essentially, we just want to lob it into the sun, if at all possible. That would get it done. So that's what we're going to try to do next. But yeah, I actually haven't been following if anybody else is like taking part in Wut Games Week. I've not seen these streamers in my follow list do anything with it. But hey, I guess, you know, either you care about it or you don't, and that's fine either way. It's kind of rough that this is like here, but I guess we can just move away. So it's okay-ish. All right, let's see. Let's get in here and figure out which way we gotta go. Okay, so that's obviously like not a great start. Bounced it the complete opposite way, essentially. Let's see, just get it in there. Do a little bit of... This isn't even that. This isn't even that one. It's a little farther away. I mean, I don't think we can get them over here. Because the solar systems actually do move in this game. And once you become one yourself as a player, you can also move around. I'm just gonna, you know, give my life to the black hole and give it another different shot. We've apparently created, like, I want to say 6 black holes in the last, like, minute or so. As we keep attempting to do this. That dark matter sure is dangerous, huh? Let's see. Again, Giga Jank spawning over here. Do not want to get hit and instantly, like, one-tapped. This is even the system we gotta kill. I have headed over to the forward command post. I was gonna say, could you make it that system? I know it would be asking a lot, but I would really like it. I don't think that's gonna be good. But maybe? I hear something. Nope, they straight up ignored it. Okay. That's too bad. Can we, like, catch it, I guess is the problem, and the question now. I can kind of nudge it the other way, but that's not where it's supposed to go. Yeah, it's hard to course correct this, apparently. Give it a lot of momentum. If we do manage to do this somehow, by some miracle, I'll be extremely happy. We've kind of caught it. It's mostly just going in like a giant circle. Although now we seem to be on the right track. Perhaps even born this way. I'm not sure about that yet, but okay, just like, huh. I think that looks right to me. We're just gonna let it go on ahead. We may not witness the murder. I don't think we're gonna get the murder. Apparently, it turned into a black hole, but is it a black hole in the right location? Yup. And now we gotta get back to the command post. We have destroyed the system. It happened off screen. You'll have to take my word for it. We don't get to appreciate the carnage because we have to live. There we go. It's over. It's finally over. Never will the dinosaurs terrorize asteroid kind again. And I do believe he's actually right as well. Yeah, because that's extinction. That's both of the extinction missions. So we've already finished off an entire set of missions for the asteroid stuff. Again, the asteroid stuff is kind of the easiest to do in that sense. I'm gonna do basic respawn once again, because we accidentally turned into something I didn't mean to, which is, in this case, a planet. And a planet is cool, but I would much rather just continue to be an asteroid. Black hole at the right location. Oh, whoa, of course, of course. It's always at the right location. Insert supermassive black hole here. Okay, so I don't remember what this is. I've thought up a fun little game for you to play. It's called Don't Die When I Spawn Missiles either side of you in a few seconds. Oh yeah, so this is the dodgy game. Now, it starts off real easy. He says as he's about to, like, get killed, but trust me, this is easy mode right now. So you see there's like a couple missiles. Now, one thing you may notice is unlike other missiles, these ones don't, like, despawn after a certain amount of time. So we gotta do the cool, you know, like, spaceship thing of, like, going into asteroid fields to dodge them. That would have been great if I got it, but I didn't. So we're gonna try again over here. Oh, there's only 2 now. They are relentless, though. Maybe we can get them with this planet. Oh, we got one. Gotta be careful now, though. You can kind of cheat. There's essentially everything works off of vectors. So if you press the P key, you get to see your own like little vector, and the length of the line shows you the speed that you're going to be going at, essentially. So you can kind of cheat with that. I thought I heard an explosion, and I was really happy for a second. Oh yeah, we did it. That was fun, wasn't it? Now he's lying. That was not fun for me, and also it's going to get exponentially worse. Let me show you, in fact, because there's, I think, 3 more of these that we got to do. So let's just move on over there and see what we can see. So that was fun with a few missiles to avoid. So in theory, it'll be heaps more fun with heaps more missiles. Let's try. I think it's going to go up to like 10 or 20. Oh no, it's 40 immediately. Oh yeah, and they spawn on either side, just to make it even better. So the last time with 4 missiles, it took us, I want to say, like 2 minutes to outrun all of them. Now with 40, I got a feeling that we will probably take a little bit longer, although we just got a couple of them. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking missiles, holy. Okay, now we got this. I think we got this, I believe. I am a leaf on the wind, watch me soar. Thankfully, the nomads didn't just attack me out of nowhere. That would have been quite sad. I was holding my breath a little there. We got like one more missile in that asteroid field. Got rid of one. Oh yeah, look at that beautiful line. Oh, that got like half of them. Okay, that's pretty good. Only 13 to go. Gotta be careful with my corners as well, because they do catch back up if I slow down too much. Alright, we got like 5 more of them. Only 8 to kill now. We can kind of cheat with this as well. I'll show you another cheat later when we get to the planet stage. It's not really a cheat, it's just part of the UI. Great, I'll think of how to make it even more fun. And by more fun, of course, he means, like, getting screwed completely. I just want to check something with the story missions. Is the last one... Yeah, the last one is that icon, okay. I'd like to do these mostly in order, if at all possible. Sometimes the icons change a little. I can't really remember what the last one usually is like in this one. It's been too long. Bigger is better, we all know that. So instead of throwing missiles at you, I'll throw stars at you. Flawless logic. Okay, so we'll have 20 seconds where we have to dodge stars. Now, you may remember the part where I mentioned that stars have gravity, so it's kind of difficult to dodge them, because they are pulling me in. They're absolutely pulling me in. But we are managing right now. Gotta be careful. There's still a little bit of time left. Ugh! I mean, look, we died, but it was for a good cause, and we did get the mission done. Well, until I figure out how to throw universes at you, I think we're done here. So he's disappointed now because he didn't get to murder us. Go us. Let's see, there's a question mark. I want to go to the question mark. Now, you can obviously just completely ignore the story as well, like 100%. And we're going to do that once we get out of the asteroid phase. The big thing I want to do is I just want to get through the asteroid phase as fast as possible, because it's, like, the most shallow. Alright, so we gotta find your bestest friend asteroid in the whole world. Whole wide world is back in town, but they need your help. Help your friend become a planet. It's the least you can do after all they've done for you in the past. So essentially, we got an asteroid, and we gotta, like, instead of just running into stuff, we gotta make him run into stuff. It's gonna be a little frustrating. I think we gotta hit, like, a few things as well, and it has to be at the right speed, because slow speed collisions don't really do anything. So this might be like a little bit of a struggle. Is that gonna be good enough? Oh, it was. That's also good enough. Very nice, very nice. Now, again, the little, like, vector is gonna help a lot with this, because you can see how we're affecting the speed and which direction it's going in. There's just kind of nothing in the direction that we're going, but, I mean, hey, we'll find something, I'm sure. We can also just steer it like that. That's gonna hit something. Oh baby, it's hitting stuff. It's happening. Oh god, he's dead. I mean, he hit something. It was another planet, They trusted you and that is how you repay them? You, sir, are a monster. Well, the good thing is we have infinite best friends. That's the beauty of this game, that unlike real life, you have infinite best friends. In real life, if you let your friend die, or actually, in this case, I didn't even let them die, I kind of caused their death directly, then you don't really just get a new best friend immediately. There might be some trauma that you have to work through, a couple stages of grief and all that shit. Like, it's not that easy. I'm also blasting him towards, well, thankfully he's not getting shot by the Nomad. I was gonna say, like, I'm blasting him towards a nomadic ship that will probably murder him, like, with ruthless efficiency, but apparently not. You know, this would be a lot easier if my bestest friend wasn't just a passive piece of shit that just, I don't know, needs, like, babying so much. Who says you get to be a planet anyway? Like, who decided that? Why do you get to be a planet and not me? I just missed everything there. I feel awful. Can we hit something, please? I need some mass on this guy. Needs to get some meat on his bones. Oh, we got something. It's happening. Yeah. Go another way and get stuff. Yes, I'm helping him. If we look at the term loosely enough, I'm definitely helping him. Well, let me just, like, thread the needle on all the possible weight that he could get. I want to kind of, like, steer him more to the left. Ah, I really wanted that little asteroid, but it didn't work. As long as we don't, like, hit him into anything major and supermassive, I think we're okay, but the longer we have to do this, the higher the chance of that happening, obviously. Like, right there, we just hit like an actual fucking sun. You just gotta keep on trucking. I mean, obviously, the main thing we should do, in my opinion, is possibly, like, go a little slower, so that we can control the collisions more, because we don't need to go that fast, as we saw last time. We can kind of slow ourselves down, hit him like this, play a little bit of goodness. There we go. Yeah, you're gonna hit something. No, I stole that one from you, but I mean, hey, if we could, like, steer him this way. There's a lot of asteroids there, so gotta keep it slow. Thankfully, because we're best friends, he doesn't lose mass from me colliding with him. And also, normally, that's not how it would work, obviously, because as we've established, like, I would either consume him, or because we're the same weight or similar weight, he would destroy me. Do you think that's gonna hit? I guess I could use the UI to cheat for that a little bit, but kind of scared that he's gonna hit that planet. The fact that he's, like, roughly my size means that he's about, like, 12 weight, which is not bad. I think it needs to be either 20 or 25 to get, like, into small planet category. So we got a ways to go, but essentially whatever you hit, you get its weight added to your own weight. So it's not like we gotta get, like, I don't know, X amount more asteroids. If we find a big one and we hit it, like, square on, then we'll be fine. This would be, like, a good place to get him in. If only I could hit him. Man, he's missing everything. Well, technically I'm missing everything because I'm the one, like, nudging him. At least there's a ton of asteroids here, so okay, I think he's very close now. Kind of interesting he didn't get that one. Okay, he's very, very big. Be careful, he is the big. That's not the actual quote from Backstroke of the West, by the way. I believe it goes something like, oh, there we go. You are a true friend. We made him into a planet, so now the only reasonable thing to do is to murder us both. Fuck you, dude. Why can't you do that yourself? This is, like, I think the only one. Yeah, this only has one in, like, the whole thing. They didn't bother making a different variety of this. They were just like, look, man, you gotta do it once. Call it a day. Alright, three more missions until we stop being an asteroid. I need you to do a bit of dirty work for me. Some rogue ships need to be brought down. Here's the first one. So we gotta hit a rogue ship. Well, I missed. So I don't think he's gonna fire at us. Oh, he does. He does. Okay, this is a different one. I was gonna say, like, I don't know if he has aggro on us. But apparently he does. We can kind of abuse, like, asteroid fields. Like that one. Ooh, he's moving. He's got the movement. At least these missions are very forgiving, as you can see. Like, there's basically no penalty for failing and dying. I guess we could also try to, like, nudge some asteroids towards him. Ooh, we nearly got him there. He's gonna have missiles again any second, and that's not, like, a great thing for us. Man, little, like, twists and turns he does sure are something. There we go. We finally got him. Good, good. I'll be in touch. Essentially, we're gonna have to kill all the different, like, varieties of ships that exist. There's 3 in this game. So you got the gunboats that shoot, like, missiles that we just dealt with. They're really good when you have life on your planet. They're very good against, like, other planets, basically. Oh, now we got, like, a destroyer. You may need to get a bit more creative this time. Destroy the ship any way you can. So the difficulty is, like, yeah, we're gonna try to hit it, but he's very fast with the rate of fire. We may need to draw him into enemy ships, which is also what he's telling us, basically. So essentially what we need to do is we need to just, like, hang around, keep the ship on about the edge of our screen, and hope that eventually we run into some life. And a lot of this stuff is scripted, and obviously now you can also see what he's, like, honed in on. So if he kills every single asteroid, like, nearby, he's gonna, you know, pick us as the next target. Again, you can definitely abuse the little, like, UI for this. And now we can essentially guide him wherever we please. So we're just looking for any sign of life. Any life in the chat? Any ships in the chat? If you see any red ships, that's ideal, because nomads are non-hostile towards one another, generally speaking. So, you know, the people without, like, a home planet stick together, I guess, in this game. Okay, he's targeting all the stuff. And nomads do, in fact, go around just shooting the crap out of asteroids. I guess they're mad that they don't have one of their own anymore. And also, maybe an asteroid killed their planet, like, you know, with the dinosaurs. It remains to be seen. Okay, he's not currently aggroed on us. He will be in a second, though. Oh, no, that one apparently was closer. So he's going to also go to this one. And now he's with us. So as long as we keep him suitably far away from other asteroids, we should be able to guide him to, like, kind of wherever we want. And hopefully we can run into a system/planet with some life on it. The other thing we could try to do was to maybe fly it towards something relatively dangerous, like a bigger, like, asteroid field. But, so there's a planet here, but I don't think it has life on it. We're just chill out. Let's just chill out over here. We're just gonna do that and hope that, you know, in the time it takes for him to kill all this stuff, maybe somebody shows up. There's a reason I did my other Starting Soon playlist, because this is a pretty chill game. There's not a whole lot going on in it at the end of the day. So this is a system now. This looks a little bit more promising, but with him attacking it, it's not gonna last, like, a super long time. And yes, a ship can indeed kill a sun. Essentially, every shot that he's doing is making it lose, like, a bunch of mass. Now, this is actually good for us, believe it or not, because when a sun gets killed, it'll actually explode, like, it'll do a little bit of AoE damage, and I think it's probably going to be enough to kill this guy. At least that's the hope right now. So we're just going to have to wait until he does his business and murders this poor celestial object, essentially. And trust me, it's actually not going to take that long, because these little, like, destroyers have some of the highest DPS out of all the ships in the game. You definitely want these guys on your side. They're tanky, they deal a ton of damage, so if you're doing some like, star system to star system fighting, it's a good thing to have a lot of these. Now, you don't really get to control what spawns, though, and when it does. But yeah, I mean, we might also get that, I think it's probably just gonna get on orbit. Oh, there we go. It got hit by an asteroid. So now we're apparently ready for the big leagues, whatever that means. We might have to deal with like an entire fleet. Now this is the interesting part. It's not actually going to be an entire fleet. It's probably going to be one of the smaller ships because they're very mobile and can shoot rather fast. This is the hard one. Use what you have learned to destroy this miserable little ship. So same deal applies here, except even more difficult. As you can see, this little shit, super fucking fast, incredibly difficult to just like hit randomly. But we can guide him towards all the other ships here, and then like essentially let him just get murdered. There we go. Excellent, you have done well, but you have outlived your usefulness here. He's threatening to murder me again. Mom, can you come pick me up? The entity is threatening to murder me again? So, the good thing is, we're completely done with the asteroid stage. We don't have to do nothing as an asteroid anymore, so instead we can focus on other stuff that's way more exciting. But before we get to do that, first we must actually engage in getting that mass. Because I'm apparently all about that mass. Mass fusion, mass, I don't know, a lot of stuff, dude. Baby got mass, apparently. Let's go with that. But yeah, so we're gonna hit a bunch of asteroids, become a tiny planet. Not the Binding of Isaac item, by the way. A lot of people don't like it. I never mind that item, but also I haven't played Isaac in probably close to 2 years. Ask me anything, I guess. Now, the big difference as a planet is, and I guess I can show you because I'm pretty sure we get a checkpoint when we change into one, is if I hit stuff now, I actually lose mass. So look at this now. I got like 28 mass currently. I hit that thing and I lost 2. So when you're a planet, when you're like an actual spherical object, the rules work a little differently. Instead of just having to fly into stuff, you gotta get stuff in orbit, as you can see. And when you have stuff in orbit, you can do a lot with it. You can still collide the different things around you. You can use them as weapons, actually. Like, we could literally, like, attempt to do that if we so desired. We can just, like, fly close here and use these as, like, fucking melee weapons. It's kind of hilarious, actually. But, we can also just collect these, and then if I press, like, E, then I get to eat all of them. Now, the one thing I'm going to check in the options is another button, but I can't remember what it is. Let's see. I'm looking for controls. There we go. So R. R is going to be the one. So if we want to, like, select stuff later, it's going to be R. That's going to be important. But for the time being, we can just eat everything that we get. And essentially, after we get to a certain size, we'll get life on our planet. Actual sentient life. And sentient life is what we've been fucking around with as an asteroid. We've just been giving it grief, murdering it, causing it a lot of pain, killing ships and all of that. Now we're on the other side of the fence. Now we can have life of our own if we so desire. But as I mentioned, we don't get to control that at all. And also, before we get too into that, I think we could also just, like, start, you know, getting into some missions. But you know what? I'm gonna actually, instead of that, do, like, one run-through. So I'm just gonna do what most people end up doing for hours on end in this game. And that is just go through all the various stages of progress. So right now, we are a small planet. We're gonna do our best to become a slightly larger planet, which is gonna be called a life planet. And we're going to develop life. Now, you can also grind the stats on the life that is on your planet, because there is an experience system, which I'll get to show you in a second, hopefully. And also, developing life takes a little bit of time, not just in terms of having to get mass, but also, like, you have to wait a little bit. There's like a tiny progress bar. But you'll see what I mean in a second. And I believe the planets themselves that you get are kind of randomized to a degree. So there's some, like, pretty good looking ones in general. This isn't my favorite. Kind of looks like an ice planet. Nothing bad about that, but life grows on large enough planets. However, you can't control it. It'll just do its own thing. Nurture it and grow it, and you'll find it's a helpful ally. Sometimes, though, it'll just be a pest. Yeah, so you can see that there's a little evolution bar now that's actually, like, increasing. And once that gets filled up, we will essentially, what happens now is, at the start of that evolution bar, we get sentient life, kind of in the style of hominids on planet Earth, and now the stage that it has reached is actually farther than we've gone to in our own life, because we have spaceship production, we have shields, and we're continuing to scout out space. So the green dudes are our own ships, and we currently have 2 little, like, shield generators, basically. And if you can see that there's like a little kill counter and an experience bar. If we wait around long enough for our ships to do stuff, and also in combat, our planet will produce various kinds of ship. So right now we're just doing like the little tiny boys. But eventually we'll get the gunboats and also the destroyers. Those are not the official names, by the way, I just call them that. But yeah, so we can like besiege this planet right now. They have like 2 turrets of their own, and they're actually producing, they just did like a gunboat, and now we're about to do a gunboat. So it's like an even fight right now. They just killed our ships, but now we have a gunboat. We'll see if we can like maybe kill this guy. Yup, so we've killed that dude. We still have our gunboat, but now they have like 2 of their own little ships. But now we have double gunboat, so it's one of those, like it's a very passive, kind of almost tug-of-war style gameplay. Now, as I showed before, you can absolutely use stuff like asteroids as weapons though. So if I was really brave, I could just go in there and just like start hitting that other planet with a bunch of fucking asteroids that are orbiting me, and it's a lot of fun to do that. But right now I'm just trying to grind out like a little bit of XP, and as you can see, we actually have 3 turrets now. But because we're fighting a planet and we're basically kind of doing the same shit, we're also just kind of letting them get a ton of XP as well. So it's an even fight. Now we have a destroyer of our own, so it's gonna go in and like do its best to damage the shields, but it didn't really live very long. So normally, like, fighting planet to planet is not the most awful thing you can do, but you're always gonna have a more fun time when you're actually a full-blown system, and you can kind of leverage the various advantages that that brings. Because right now we don't really get to do that. We get to make one ship at a time. But you might be like, okay, but how do you become a system? So this is where the game, again, diverges a lot from how it actually works, because you go from a life planet to a small star, and as you can see, we need a ton of more mass for that. So we could, like, stay here and essentially fight until the cows come home. And I mean, hey, there's something to be said about that, because if we grind the XP, then eventually we're gonna have, like, more ship production, and just better ships in general, better shields as well. So roaming around space is gonna be a lot easier later on. And I might just stick around for that. I think I checked it once, it's something like 25 kills or so, depending on what kind of ships you end up killing, to actually grind, like, all the XP that you need. And I mean, right now we're producing a lot more ships relatively fast, so we can absolutely, like, do that if we so desire. We're almost, like, maxed out anyway. I'll just wait it out, basically. Now, him getting the other planet, being the him in this case, getting a destroyer is not pleasant. But now we're gonna have a destroyer, so it's all okay, except we have no escorts for it, so, you know, could be bad, could be good, could be worse. Yeah, it didn't really do much. But hey, we do have max XP now. Now, you could still get higher XP, like if we would just focus on combat, because you can absolutely get a fourth like planted turret on the surface, which is rather useful to have. But for the time being, I'm just going to focus on actually getting more mass. Now, like I mentioned before, we have a shield now as a consequence of us having life, so that makes us better against collisions. Essentially, as long as the shield is up, we don't actually take, like, damage from hitting stuff. But I can show you what happens if we do hit something. So now that we've hit something, the ships that are trailing around us are completely aggro. They're going at it. They're like, oh fuck, we gotta kill all the asteroids, bro, they're dangerous. So they're gonna go and hunt it down. So that can be annoying, essentially, if you are trying to increase mass. It makes it so that you have to be precise, basically. But you can kind of see what the experience has done for us, because we now have 3 ships out at the same time instead of 1. We can fight like a little bit more comfortably if we so desire. I don't really desire, though, that's the main thing. I'm just looking to get a ton more mass and turn into a small star. Now, in real life, I don't believe planets turn into stars. I'm pretty sure that's not scientifically accurate, but also space is not a 2-dimensional plane that you just, like, kind of swim on. Because this is more of a ship game than anything else, like a, you know, top-down style game. Doesn't really make a lot of sense in space, but who cares? It's a lot of fun, though. And I do love the art style. It's basic, but it looks nice. But yeah, so I'm just gonna start getting even more mass, essentially, and it will get increasingly easier and easier to do as our gravity increases. You can actually see that I have 4 turrets now on the planet as well. So we are now like a fully operational battle system, if you so desire. But it doesn't change our current objective, which is, instead of doing the story, just getting all the asteroids in the known universe, and actually just becoming a different object entirely. Now, shields allow you to do this, which is a lot of fun. Like, now we're vulnerable, but we also just knocked an entire planet into God knows what, and they might die. In fact, they're very likely to die. Because as we saw before, a lot of stuff exists in space. And a lot of it is not really conducive to your well-being. Like, hitting a sun with your shields down, not gonna go well. Right now with shields, we could hit a sun if we really wanted to. But I don't really want to. I would much rather just get fatter and fatter until I can be a son of my own, you know? I'm gonna be my own son. That's the time traveler's grandpa or something? I don't know. It's probably a novel of some kind. We're almost there, baby. We can do it. Keep making the ships. And now we can move across a planet. To pull it into orbit takes a bit of practice. Press spacebar or K to absorb the smallest object in your system. Oh yeah, that's the button that I wanted to know before. Now, as a sun, you actually lose weight the same way as a planet does if you collide with stuff. So you can't just, like, run into stuff to collect it. Basically, that's why the entity is explaining how orbiting stuff works. Press Control or L to absorb all asteroids in your system. That way you won't accidentally absorb a planet. Oh yeah, we can use the brackets, or Y and U to cycle through your systems in the interface. Press Shift or J to absorb the currently selected planet. Yeah, there's a lot more controls that basically happen. So now we have a planet, but the same stuff that we had before applies. So, like, we just got another planet, but I can essentially go and just, like, consume one of them. Oh, we just hit something. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, so I can, like, cycle in between my different things now. But as I was saying, the big thing is everything works the same as it did before for planets, as you can see. And now I get to show you this cool little interface about orbits. I really like this. It just looks cool. So essentially the same way as a planet, you could get various objects to orbit the planet that you were, you can still do the same shit with these things. And now it's actually turning into a life planet. We have a nice green little life planet. So now it's going to have ships of its own. It can grind experience all on its own. As you can see, it currently has a half operational shield, no kills yet. And yes, kills are the only way you get experience in this game. It's a very violent picture of space, what can I say? And the other thing you may notice is that we can increase our mass significantly further. So like right now, we have a mass of 1270. Which is not bad. That's not a bad number. It's a nice number, in fact. But you know, we could go much higher. And the reason we might want to go much higher is because if we do, then we could have more than 3 planets orbiting us. Because right now we're limited to only 3. I'm also still just like picking up some stuff for our planet. And I mean, this is very far from a life planet, so I'm just going to consume it. And as you can see, because planets have 20 to, I believe, almost like, well, life planets have like almost 200 mass, it's very easy to pump those numbers if we actually find some planets. There's also a whole lot more going on now. Like, here's an entire enemy system. They have like a life planet of their own. And if we wanted to, we could absolutely battle them. They actually have 2 life planets. So right now they have a big advantage. This is almost a life planet though. So what we could do is we could try to actually get some more asteroids around our teal-colored planet to turn it into a life planet, and then do like a nice little 2 life planet versus 2 life planet brawl with this system over here. Because at the end of the day, if they have more production than we do, which because they have more life planets they do, it's not going to end particularly well for us, and we'll be forced to run. We just need a little bit more. I believe it's just 1 asteroid off now to start getting life on this here little planet. Well, now it's 2 off because I hit 1, but you get the point. The music is like great in this game, by the way. I love it. But yeah, so we're gonna have 2 life planets now. I don't know if that was just a random planet, like a roaming one. Well, you know what? Let's take this planet too. We can get 3 right now. So this system has 3 life planets. That's worse for us than the previous one, except there are solutions to that, so obviously. There's a lot of creative ways you could solve that. Now, fighting other star systems in this game can sometimes be a bit jank, because of the ship mechanics, half the time, if you're just, like, fighting, if you just float on nearby, it's gonna turn into, like, a little... I guess you could just call it almost like a presentation style thing, you know, because you don't really have direct control. You just watch what happens. It's almost like an auto battler is what I was going to say, but the words were escaping me right then. There's nothing wrong with auto battlers, but at least in auto battlers you have like a ton of agency, because you get to decide the makeup of your squad and whatnot before the fight. Now here, you don't really get to do that in like an exceedingly huge way. But what we can do if we get like a couple more planets, well, right now we have one open slot, we can use it again as a weapon. Kind of in the vein of the asteroids. So this could turn into a life planet if we're patient enough, and even if it does, we could still use it as a melee weapon, for lack of a better term. Because any planet that gets like knocked out of orbit will no longer be considered a part of that system. And also, if it has shields, then we are basically free to hit other objects with it, as long as it has its shields up. Now the difficulty is always going to be trying to line up those orbits, basically. So like right here, I can do that, and we lost the life on our system, but they also lost all of their shields on theirs. So if we had a follow-up attack there, essentially we could like demolish that. But again, just having 3 planets is not like that pog, you know? At the end of the day. There is one benefit to having multiple life planets in the system, is as you can see, now they gave us a shield. So, you know, if we destroy one of them, which we just did, then we will no longer have a shield. Because I believe the prerequisite is you have to have 3 life planets as part of your system that have life on them. They're not just in the stage of developing it, and if you do that, then you can get shields on your sun, which again is pretty important because it is protective against collisions and stuff. So that's currently where we're at. And I'm still basically looking to just consume as many things as possible. So now we're a medium star. We can have up to 6 planets orbiting us. And I think a large star, as its name kind of implies, is still going to be even more. So I'm going to just keep going until I become a large star, is currently the plan. And once we do, we might continue onwards and do like one little microcosmic run through the game. And there's even like achievements for it, basically, because, you know, I mentioned before, you can become a black hole, and it's a very different experience. Even being a sun is a very different experience, because right now, you know, we're snatching planets essentially, not just asteroids and stuff. And there's a ton of jank you can do, but you primarily want to avoid collisions now. That's again a big difference between the asteroid phase and all the other phases. Except for the last one, being the black hole. Because at the black hole stage, you absolutely do not want to avoid collisions, and I'll show you in a little bit why. Because we're about to become a large star. In fact, we are now a large star, so we could have up to 8 planets orbiting us, which is a lot of fun, but we can potentially be heavier. Now, I say heavier because, again, we're increasing mass and not really size. Because the next thing that we can become is a neutron star. Now, neutron star is a lot more dense than a large star that we have currently, but it doesn't actually get to have more planets. So there are some trade-offs, essentially. You can't just mindlessly grind. Now, you might be wondering then, I mentioned before that you can have up to 40 planets. How the fuck do you do that? Essentially, every time you get more, like, suns in your, like, solar system, and in fact, it was I think it was a 40 sun system. But either way, if we would get a planet, and then get it fat enough to become another sun, then we'd get a dual sun system, basically, that would at that point have the possibility to have even more planets. I believe the max like number of planets you can have is 12. But there is no limit on the number of suns that you can have. It just takes a very long time to grind, which is why I have like 40 hours on my other save file. And I don't know if I ever started here. You can save the systems that you have. No, I have no save systems now because we also deleted the data, essentially. But even if I did, yeah, like, it wouldn't be a 41. But it's a lot of fun to spawn that in, and it's kind of janky because it takes up most of your screen. There is one big benefit to becoming like a solar system with 8 planets. It does allow you to zoom out more and see more of the game world, basically. The 40 star system is a little jank because it's so large that you can actually feel the spawn system in the game. Like, it's big enough where you will absolutely notice that stuff outside of the screen obviously doesn't exist until I go towards it. But it's not a bad system, and most games do it that way, and it also allows the game to be very responsive to what is going on here. Now, the game is always going to try to mirror you and one-up you a little bit, so now that we are a large star, there's going to be more large stars floating around, potentially with their own life planets and also regular planets. And we will also see a lot more nomads, basically larger fleets that can pose much more of a threat to our potential planets. Now, we don't have potential planets. We don't have any planets right now because we're hungry. We're just eating everything. So that's what we're going to try to keep doing. We're going to steal these two systems. And again, you can see like a little bit of an interesting mechanic there, that the life planet was initially hostile to us because we are a player-controlled star, but the moment we actually got them in orbit, they're like, oh yeah, cool, this is our sun now, and they're friendly. That's an important mechanic, potentially, in the future, because it means that any planet that you basically snatch is going to be friendly towards you anyway, at least for the duration of being a part of your system. Now, I'm keeping these just for like one little thing, and I essentially, like you can see, now that we have like a multi-planet system, we got some nomads. Now, that's still a pretty small fleet at the end of the day. There's a lot larger ones out there. But you can already kind of see that just with 4 planets with us, we see a lot more of space itself. So you kind of like get to navigate much better, and obviously we could go the whole hog. When I loaded in, you saw that I had, I think, a star system with like 8 life planets. Now that's a lot of fun to mess around with. If we don't end up doing more missions tonight, that's probably what we're gonna do. Oh, welcome in, Gabby. Oh, this is Solar 2. It's a super old, I think, Xbox Live Arcade game. It's so old that the original, I don't even think, is actually available anymore, like the original Solar, only Solar 2. I was never able to find regular Solar. And I can't remember if this is the GOG copy, or if this is the copy that you can buy from the creator himself, who is Muradai, that's the guy. I used to know his name by heart, but it's essentially a 2D, like, space arcade game. You start off as an asteroid, become like a planet, then potentially a life planet. You get to become an actual star system. It's very chill. And right now, instead of just doing the missions, because those are a lot of fun and there's like a story into the whole game, yeah, you should go and save the system. That's like an option that we can do. We've already explored that. We're getting tutorials because I cleared my data. Damn. Yeah, it's an old one. I'm coming back to the game because apparently this is Wut Games week. It's a whole week dedicated to playing games that are weird. And I mean, this game isn't so weird. It's actually very simple to play, but I don't know if that many people know about it. Look at that. Look at the beautiful system that we have now. You can't actually disable the little lines going from the various planets towards the sun that you are, actually. And my god, that sounds like such a compliment. Like, you are such a sun. Or maybe it's like the next line in an anime. You are such a tsun. I'm pretty sure that is a line in some anime somewhere. But so we could just do this. We could just be a solar system with a bunch of planets floating around, trying to fan those planets up. Maybe fight some other, like, solar systems. Get 1,000,000 kills and do all of that fun stuff. And I do that a lot, in fact. That used to be, like, something that I would do in this game. That's how I got, like, 40-some-odd hours. I would just get, like, a solar system with 8 planets in it, and just fight other solar systems forever. And get, like, I don't know, I think at certain points I had, like, 700 kills on one planet. Which is kind of rough, because right now we got, like, 2 is the highest number of kills we have on one of our planets. And, I mean, you can see here, this is a triple solar system that we're fighting over here. Well, we're not really fighting it. We're just neighbors, but, you know, our life and their life don't really get along, but it's okay. Now we can do a ton of janky goodness. Like, we have a planet, I don't mind sacrificing it. There we go. A large red star leads the system. Beautiful, of course. I mean, it's essentially the large star is always going to be red, but there's different colors. It's color-coded for your convenience. Now, I mentioned before that, like, fighting solar system to solar system can be a little bit jank, because essentially, as long as the other system is doing well, it's going to be still kind of conflict avoidant. So if you start giving them enough grief, they're gonna, like, just start running away. We just stole one of their planets earlier, so now they're kind of in running mode. Now, what you can do is you can do what I like to call the little, like, death spin. And I wanted to take that planet, which might have been a mistake, because it was also being attacked by nomads. But normally what you would do to make this process, like, actually easier on yourself is you would just like keep circling the star system in question, because essentially everything is very responsive to your movements, as we've kind of seen with the vectors and everything. So if I keep like making circles around this particular solar system, it's gonna have a much harder time adjusting its trajectory based on what I'm doing than me, because I'm essentially dictating the rhythm, I'm essentially dictating everything. So I can basically do that. The other big thing is ideally you want the system to be flying behind you. Like the system you're attacking should ideally be flying behind you, so that if I go like this, like if we were to fight here, then all of my guys get in place like pretty close to the other system, start doing a ton of damage. Any spawns I have, even if they just fly behind me, will basically just like continuously attack him. And his stuff is gonna be like moving to the back, and it will have to move to the front, which might take some time. So there's like a little bit of depth involved in the actual solar system fighting, and the big thing that's super important is obviously there's gravity to everything. So right now these solar systems are kind of colliding, and a lot of janky goodness is happening as a consequence. So the triple solar system we were fighting just kind of like fought, well not really fought, but collided with a double solar system over there. And if we can keep them in frame long enough, like on the screen, we can continue to fight it basically, like we are doing now. So we have, from the looks of it, 6 life planets versus significantly fewer life planets, so we have better production. So pretty much we could just, like, float around here and just win if given enough time. And I mean, hey, we could do that. We have, like, double-digit kills on some of our guys, some of our planets. It's not a bad thing to have. But you see, if we just like float next to them, it doesn't work so much. If I go underneath, though, it's a whole nother story. Because now the spawning is a little better for us, basically. And I mean, if we complete the game, there's a ton of other stuff that we could potentially do. We still managed to rescue that planet somehow. The beauty of this game occasionally. It hit one of their suns, but it's okay. It got better after. Now, we're kind of getting sidetracked because I wanted to, you know, show the whole game, you know? Like, all aspects of it. So let's just eat the various planets that we have. And now we are in Neutron Star. Now, Neutron stars are really pretty. They're purple. That's a really nice color. Problem being, they're super dense, but they don't really have a large, like, field of gravity. So as a consequence, we can only have 4 planets. But if you go up from a neutron star, you get to become a black hole. And that's currently what we're gunning for. The neutron star is also significantly smaller than the large star. So it is just basically more dense. You dense mother, as you may know the quote. But yeah, like right now, this is kind of the best version of a neutron star that we can have, with 3 life planets, so that we have like a constant shield and a bunch of like little dudes floating around us, because asteroids are kind of meaningless and almost an annoyance for us. We're looking for planets. We're looking for planets to consume. We are the great devourer, just trying to become ever larger in an attempt to become an even hungrier mass, to get our own event horizon and destroy the universe, eventually. And I mean, that part of the game is a lot of fun. All on its own. It's very, very fast once you get to become a black hole. It's a whole different game, whole nother ballpark. So now we have 4 life planets. Well, I'll still eat the smallest one because again, I'm just a hungry boy. What can I say? Man, I love the music in this game. It's always been so good. There's I think only like maybe 3-4 tracks, but they're so good. And they have like good transitions. They basically like transition from one another pretty seamlessly. Now, if we devoured all life planets, we could probably like become a black hole already, but I like to leave that till last. Okay, we can definitely become a black hole now. So the only thing that can defeat a black hole is an even bigger black hole. Black holes larger than you will be notified with the red arrows. So now we are actually a black hole. We have our own event horizon, and essentially we are looking to become the Big Crunch. Now, in order to become the Big Crunch, we gotta eat everything. And other black holes are gonna be the most tasty. Because asteroids, and even like look at this. This is a whole like solar system. Yeah, that was like nothing. That was breakfast. I need something more. what we gotta be careful about, and what the entity was warning us about, is that other black holes also exist. And if they're larger than us, then just like how we're eating everything else, like, yeah, we'll get eaten. Now, those things get highlighted on the screen. You can see like a notification of like, oh yeah, there's a giant, like slightly bigger than you black hole that way, be careful. Now, the one downside is you don't really get to see your orbit anymore because it doesn't exist, because everything like wants to collapse inwards right now with us. But we're getting pretty massive, as you can kind of see. Now, there is an achievement for doing like an entire black hole stage and successfully becoming the Big Crunch without the various indicators on the screen. And it is actually like 100% doable, because the thing is, if you pay a lot of attention, you'll notice that stuff like goes towards other stuff. So if I take my hand off of the keyboard right now, I have some momentum. I'm not pressing anything, but I'm stopping moving slowly, if you can like see, which must mean that there's something dragging me in the other direction. So essentially, like, you gotta keep that stuff in mind. But I mean, we're a pretty massive fucking black hole, as you can clearly see. There's also a ton of dark matter asteroids, which again, when they get destroyed, they turn into like small black holes. You can kind of see that, but that's great for us because the small black holes are really, really tasty. Like, in terms of mass, we are currently like 500,000 from what I'm seeing. So that's like pretty good and a lot heavier than we were, I don't know, a couple seconds ago. But still, it's the black holes that we want. We want to devour our own kind because it is the tastiest. Truly, truly, we are our own predator in that regard. And like, we're kind of just juggling fucking like star systems and everything. Now again, because the game is like very responsive, the black holes that get spawned on, you know, like off screen for the most part, are always going to be similar, if not outright bigger than you. So you got to be a little careful and essentially like try to get one over them. So that's why it pays to play it a little bit cool and not just like keep flying off in whatever direction. Now obviously you can, because again, once you reach a certain stage of development, you'll stay there. So if I were to die right now, I would just get like respawned as a black hole. Much smaller than the one I'm currently at, but still I could just like try this again essentially. It's a lot more fun to get it in one though. And like I said, I could do it without the actual UI indicators as well. You do have to pay a lot more attention to it though, because essentially like the giveaways, or more so the way things are moving on the screen, rather than like a giant red arrow of like, oh, you're gonna get fucked if you come this way. And I mean, I'm here to tell you that right now, we gotta find something to get us into Big Crunch mode, because like otherwise we will get eaten by a similarly large black hole. So we're just like gingerly moving around, and there you go, Big Crunch complete. We have devoured the entire universe. And guess what? That's how it ends, but every single end is also a beginning, because now we just vomit forth 1,000,000 stars and a bunch of stuff, and also apparently, you know, like the title of the game. You haven't finished, you know, I still have tasks for you to do. Do you still want to be a god like me? Prove it. Beat my mission. Yeah, the entity is very annoying. The primary motivation for you as a player to do anything with the entity is to just get those fucking, like, prompts off the screen. Like, no lie, that's how they get you. I'm gonna do a basic respawn and become... I'm okay with just being, like, a planet. Yeah, let's be a planet. Let's do some missions as a planet. So what we just did is also called, I think, like, Cycle. And there is an actual achievement for doing what is essentially called the speed cycle, which you can see here. Essentially, like, go from Big Bang to Big Crunch in under 20 minutes and no menu respawning. It's not actually that difficult. I think my record for that is probably somewhere around, like, I want to say 8 to 12 minutes. But it's obviously very luck-based, and also you gotta be very precise with the maneuvering, because anytime you lose mass from colliding is, like, a huge problem. Every little bit counts. But we're not gonna do speed cycle. We're gonna do some more missions, because it's easy content, man. Good news, dude. I found an audition for you. But be careful. Don't touch anything or your equipment will break. Don't worry about ships, though. Those scorch marks clean easy. Yes, essentially, we gotta go to a place and not collide with anything. Now, a lot of the missions, especially in the early asteroid stage, kind of seem dumb and inconsequential, and that's like a big criticism I guess you could have for those, that indeed they don't really teach you a lot of stuff. They teach you some very basic mechanics, but nothing extremely major. But this is actually useful stuff because it's telling you, like, hey, be precise and don't collide with stuff, if at all possible. And there we go. We just gotta, like, move, essentially, in one direction, fill up a progress bar, but we gotta do it precisely. And like I said, that's pretty important later on in the game, because if you want to do a speed cycle, then ideally you will do so in a way that you're very, very precise and deliberate with your movement, to ensure that you actually get it under 20 minutes. And again, with the 20 minutes, the big difficulty is, in my opinion at least, going to be the actual black hole part of it, because everything else is very doable in probably like less than 5 minutes if you just like focus just on consuming all the resources that you need. But when you get to black hole stage, you can, with one easy mistake, like get swept basically. And we made it, apparently. All right, you got the gig. You're going to be the stage. Yeah, I know, not the best job, but oh well, better than nothing. Okay, I'm gonna check the. Okay, so it's the question mark. I essentially want to follow this up. Let's see. I can't remember if being a life planet for this is better or not, but we are going to become a life planet because we were like on the verge of it in the first place. Didn't get hit there. Exciting. Right, all is ready. Finish reading this message and start the show. Watch out for crazy fans, though. They might want to get on the stage. And as you guys might remember, we are the stage. So when I press this button, we are going to turn into a stage for a concert. Look at that. This is my jam, dude. Absolutely my jam. The fucking random ass guitar riff. The light effects are amazing, by the way. Wow, shiny! I can't remember how long this goes on, but it is amazing. I think, yeah, now it's planet chucking time. Thankfully, we had a shield. We want to avoid getting hit now, though. Right, we have a shield back up again. What a thrill, man. All these planets just jamming out. It just keeps going, bro. There's even more shit now. Oh god. I can't remember if at the end there's like suns being thrown at you or not. I hope that I am remembering correctly and this mission doesn't involve that. I'm inhaling some industrial grade copium right here. Well, we lost life, which is not ideal. Oh no, we do get some suns, I think. Oh shit, we do. Oh shit, here we go again. Someone needs to tell my fucking guitarist that this is like too long of a solo, dude. You gotta respect the hustle though, like they kept playing even after life on the planet was eliminated. That's insane. Like you gotta remember, there's an entire spacefaring civilization that was on our planet that got like demolished from repeated collisions. Oh come on, it was just getting good. It's ruined now. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I mean, this is one where now that we've attempted it, you know, you get to learn the ins and outs of it. So it's not just enough to be a life planet. We ideally want to be a life planet with some extra mass. We almost want to be on the verge of becoming a star, and also some experience, so that we get like better ship production and some other stuff. So before we head back into that, I'm going to do a little bit of that, get some more asteroids, maybe find another life planet, and fight them a little bit, just to grind some of that experience, and then we can try, essentially. And as the entity was saying earlier, there's a reason why you can save various systems, because when you save a system that you are currently, you get to keep all the progress in it. So for example, if I saved it right now, then I would be a 107 mass planetoid, basically, that has life on it. And if I wait until I respawn, it might not come back with all the mass that I have, because I'm not actually sure how the checkpoint system works. So what we're gonna do before we head into this mission again is obviously like shave this thing, basically. Well, save rather. We could also shave a planet, but I feel like that would be like a great Gillette commercial, if anything. Shave the planet. Kind of like hack the planet. Some people might be upset about getting shaved, though, I feel like. Like, I just shaved the No Shave November thing that I had going on, and I feel mentally better, even if it might look worse. I genuinely don't know, and also don't care for a multitude of reasons, but let's not get into that. Oh, baby. Well, we're grinding that sweet, sweet EXP now. And we have significantly more mass. It's all about the mass in this game. But we also want that XP. Okay, we gotta fight that gunboat. We did. That's another gunboat. Oh, I think they collided with something. They appear to be very dead. We can actually kill them now. Well, we mostly killed our own life, apparently. They had better shields than us, it would seem, unfortunately. It's sad how that works, but there you go. That's the beauty of not caring about the life on your planet. It's just there. Like, I just exterminated the civilization. Cool, let's get another one. We got other civilizations at home, bro. Don't worry about it. And it's kind of true in this game. But yeah, we're almost a small star. And that makes me happy. Maybe we won't care so much about the actual, like, experience. It's mostly the turrets that helps with. I am gonna save this system. Save current system. It's just a planet. We need a new planet. You were a rock, but I took you for granted. That's the actual lyrics. Don't make fun of me. I know that it's took you for granted, but in the lyrics, it's a joke about, you know, rocks and planets and stuff. You wouldn't get it. I said I wouldn't grind XP, but then here I am grinding a little bit of XP. I can't help myself, man. I mentioned it before. I got the need to grind. Like, number go up is the best thing for my brain, apparently. Oh! We got hit. Planet overboard. I repeat, planet overboard. We got, like, so much XP already, dude. We could, like, get this to max very easily, I think. This is kind of ideal for us right now. So let's just keep on fighting. I hope you guys had a good Monday, by the way. My Monday wasn't bad, but it was very hectic. I had, like, a lot of work stuff that I needed to do, and a lot of it was actually, like, deadline was Monday afternoon. So I had to do some overtime. There was also, like, a traffic jam when I was coming back from work on the way, because, funny story, there was a multiple collision in, like, a roundabout here, and I actually know one of the people in it. I was very, like, scared at first that he was the one causing it. He's a family friend. I recognized the car. It wasn't completely wrecked because it's city traffic, obviously. Like, nobody was going at a speed where, you know, like, a car is going to become an unrecognizable mess. But I did recognize his car and then him standing next to it as I was, like, driving by. Well, as we were driving by with my parents, because I carpool with them. I have, like, a license of my own, but if possible, I would rather carpool, to be honest. Saves the environment and all that stuff. And also just comfy. But yeah, so essentially getting home, which is a 10-minute process normally, took, like, I want to say 30 minutes. Close to 40. Which is not a problem, but yeah, it was basically a non-option at that point to take care of everything else. And I also had to have, like, a discussion with some folks about some wargaming-related goodness. Still don't know how I'm going to fit all the wargame stuff that I want to do into my life, in addition to streaming. But we'll find a way. And the way might involve just doing war games on stream. Like, I'm gonna do some painting, or like later this week actually, on Thursday, is currently the plan. We're almost maxed, we just gotta do a little bit more grinding. It's 15 kills. I think at 20 or so we're, like, guaranteed max, but we're almost maxed at 16 too, so I think we'll be fine. This one life plan has been extremely helpful for us. They probably don't even realize. Yeah, so we are actually, like, a fully operational battle station now. I'm just waiting to see if we can also get, like, a 4th turret, because that would be, like, super, super pog. I mean, you can see like me just like screwing around with this. Yeah, we got the 4th turret. Thank you, my man. Your assistance is much appreciated. Now, one other thing we could do if we really wanted to was get a ton of asteroids, because they will kind of stop collisions for us as well by virtue of just being in the way, or at least reduce the mass of stuff that collides with us. I believe there's an achievement for having like 20 things orbit you in the first place, so we could also like try to go for that. Because when you reset the save data, it resets all of that stuff too. As I mentioned, I have a very cool save file with like all the stuff done on it. And I was thinking I might, you know, put it up on my Google Drive or something, download it. But I couldn't remember where it is located in the first place. I'm pretty sure it's just on my laptop. So I could have done that. But, you know, instead I'm pretending to be a noob at this game. So I hope you like that. I hope you're into noobs. Does anyone even say noobs anymore, dude? It used to be like an insult that would get thrown around. I don't think I've heard it in like the longest time. It's not a thing people say anymore. Look at the beautiful like asteroid fucking field that we have. Oh, you can absolutely create, by the way, you can absolutely create another planet out of the various asteroids orbiting you. You see? You see? I just got one. That just turned into an entire planet right there. I think this will have to do. I think that's plenty good. Alright, let's start it again. It's concert time, baby. At first, it's gonna be the asteroid groupies attacking, but I think we can handle asteroid groupies. Maybe. We have, like, very good shields, and a ton of ships that might help, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, they're helping, Such a banger of song, too, man. Okay, we're barely even feeling this on our shields. I don't know if having this system here is gonna be, like, helpful or not, but maybe it messes with the, like, movement of some of the planets being thrown at us. Got, like, a little clip there. Big clip there. Yeah, our shields are not holding up that well now. Gotta be careful. I thought the ship's coming back, though. I think there's an actual chance we make it this time. Now, the planet collision is not going to be helped by the ships, by the way. Because, like, we don't really aggro on planets that don't have life on them, so... There's just something that we gotta keep in mind. Same thing with the suns. Unless there's a life planet that belongs to a sun that attacks us, or we attack them, we're basically, like, our ships won't really do much against an incoming sun. But that's, like, supposed to be the difficulty of this particular mission. Look at that sun just coming at us, slowly. He's approaching me. It is actually a good guitar solo, man. Like, it's pretty good. Okay, now it's gonna be a little bit of everything, I think. For a second I thought that was like a dark matter asteroid, and I was about to poop my pants, by the way. There's a part of me that's like, oh, are you kidding? Like, that's not allowed? Just juke it, stay mobile. Oh, he's the greatest gamer to ever do it? Okay, maybe I called it a little early. Man, that was so awesome. What a great show. Nice work. We did it! We fucking did it, boys! Alright, well, with now that out of the way, it's a good thing I didn't become a small star right there. I kind of just mindlessly consumed asteroids. Let us do some other missions. A lot of the missions are like, a bit of fun, you know? You get to, like, mess around with some mechanics. That's just dodging for, like, what, like a minute and a half, but it's kind of cool, though. Alright, what's going on over here? Looks like a group of those pesky white nomads are after you. Defend yourself! I mean, yeah, I think I should be able to do that. You mean these guys? It might take a while, but we'll get them. By golly, we'll get them. I got 33 kills to my name. Well, my life has 33 kills to their name. I'm just transporting them, but sometimes that's the best you can do, okay? I'm pretty sure, again, as long as these guys die, we're kind of Gucci. Even if it is not by our hands. So right now, like, them going against this system is gonna result in a victory. There we go. Absolute victory. You have such sexy beaches. No wonder they want to settle on you. Wow, lewd? How dare you? How fucking dare you? Did you just catcall me? Incredible. Looks like those ships didn't get the message before. Watch out. Yeah, this is just like slightly bigger fleet. Same thing. But they are marked now, so that's kind of better for us at least. Go forth, my minions! Go forth and fight them! I mean, we can also just like go towards this system. Okay, maybe that won't work so well because it's more nomads. It seemed like a better idea at the time, I'll tell you. That asteroid kind of saved us, but now we don't have one, and that's sad. Okay, we got this though. They're busy fighting that sun, which once again will result in their immediate demise. Well, maybe not immediate demise, but their demise eventually. We just gotta wait it out. There we go. Look at you, flaunting your huge mountains. They can't help it. Again, like, that's just, like, my god. What are these things you're saying, entity? Are you coming on to me? It's kind of rude. Imagine God coming onto you just because you're a planet now. Uh-oh, those ships are making one last try. Make it known that you're already taken. Yeah, like, maybe this mission didn't age so well, guys. Maybe it didn't age so well. But then I also did say, like, earlier in the stream that apparently genocide is always the answer, so who am I to talk? You know, the pot calling the kettle black, huh? It would be really funky to find another inhabited system and have them duke it out. And wouldn't you know it, that might just be a possibility now. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff over here. Oh yeah, it's asteroid in time. When he said, oh yeah, it's asteroid in time, I really felt that. My god, they're completely crazy with it. Also, mostly dead with it, but, you know. I think they might just be that one gunboat now. Yup. You're a strong, independent planet in a star's world. No one's gonna get you down. Well done. I mean, hey, if they liked it, they should have put an asteroid ring on it. Yep, that's the joke I chose to make. That's the one. I workshopped it all evening. Let's see. Here's a planet full of skunks. I need you to exterminate it. What is your problem with skunks? What did Tob ever do to you? Entity, do you want to talk about this? Like, I'll have you know that Tob is one of the streamers of all time. Absolutely one of the streamers of all time. I think I gotta live to kill these. Well, I did kill the skunk civilization, but... Oh, now the skunk civilization is part of a bigger system. I feel like maybe that's bad. And they're dead! What if I told you that there were no skunks, just cute kitties? Would you have still killed them? I mean, like I said, I already had hang-ups about killing the skunks, man. I didn't want to kill the skunks, okay? I didn't want to kill the skunks. The skunks are my friends. But spare Tobs, please. Exactly, like, come on now. I can't believe that I killed Tob. God damn it. Well, good thing is that there's still Tib left. And if we're being honest, you know, I think now we can speak truthfully. I always did prefer Tib to Tob. All right, let's start this. Here's a cute kitty star system, but are they really? You have a choice: destroy the planet or run away. So we can either kill the kitties or not kill the kitties. I don't think I want to kill the kitties, man. I like kitties. Kitties are cute. Let's just leave them alive. Let's just, like, go away. Let's not kill cats. We already made mistakes. Mistakes have been made. You have saved them. Well done. You passed the test. Again, like, for an ultimate mission, in terms of this side mission storyline, it's kind of weird that all you gotta do is, like, oh yeah, don't kill those guys. I believe it's gonna be the star system stuff that is gonna get right jank and right quick. But apparently we're building up to it rather fast, so let's do it. This solar system sculpture is over 150 trillion years old. It is a divine example of neocosmological design. Clear all the dirty asteroid moons from this piece, but do not touch anything else, not even slightly. Okay, so essentially what I gotta do is I gotta get rid of just the asteroids, I think, based on what I'm hearing here. And we cannot, like, touch anything else. So we just gotta, like, collect the potatoes. The name of the game is Collect the Taters. The tater tots. Oh, that could have been dangerous. Precision. Absolute Precision is the name of the game. It's like, what, like 5 asteroids? It's not that hard, right? Easy. I got this. I mean, we're eventually gonna have to get these. He says as he continues to not get these. I do think that maybe, just maybe, having our own asteroids for this is kind of bad. I'm realizing. But the other problem is that I can't really consume my own asteroids because I'm so close. Well, actually, wait. No, we're not that close. I was gonna say, like, this is ideal. This is kind of ideal. But I don't want to become a small planet in the middle of this, essentially. So we got, like, 2 or 3 more. Now, the problem is, I think they keep getting more the slower we do this. So we got those. There's 2 more over here. Oh, that could have been disastrous. How could you, do you have any idea what the rest of your build will be? I didn't even touch it, man. That wasn't me. Look, it's not my fault you got, like, an entire angry bunch of nomads and stuff. I didn't do anything. I didn't do nothing. You can't prove anything. Let's try it again. I was going real slow at it in the first place, so... Let's see... Perhaps having life is going to be more annoying than anything else, and I guess we'll test that in a second. And if that's the case, then very simply we just collide into stuff until we no longer have life. But I have no reason to go over here yet. I want your asteroid. I want all of your asteroids. Ah, I got one. It's very difficult, but I got it. Yeah, I also got that one. Pro gamer in the house. Yeah. Man, I nearly hit that one, but I didn't. Should, like, clear these off. It's kind of a good thing that our ship crashing into it didn't count. Oh, I messed it up. We just barely touched it, and that was too much. And we got also caught in the gravity well. I mean, hey, we can try it without... I don't think it's going to be a good thing without having the... Let's see, safe systems. Because I was going to say, like, the one thing about having a life planet, though, is that we have shields, and that's pretty good. So you're hunting for asteroids? Basically, yes. The game is still about mass and ass, you know? Live fast, get mass, apparently. Alright, let's do this fast. In and out. Simple adventure. Immediately fucks it up. Simple adventure. I mean, okay, look. That was a test attempt, alright? I was just showing you kids how not to do it, clearly. I'm doing a service here. Just trying to explain how not to do it. You're welcome. There's a reason why I got the educational tag, okay? And apparently that's why. So it's just like 5 asteroids. How bad could it be? My god, it's apparently really bad in jank. Bro, this one's gonna be sucky! Yup, it's very sucky. It's too close. Any one that has like an asteroid and is close to the sun is gonna be difficult. Because we just get caught up in the gravity. We get like pulled right in. Bro, where the fuck is this? Really? It's like next to that system? Are you joking? Yeah, okay, sure. Let me just like have to go into a double star system to fucking pick up a mission. That seems reasonable. Well, so we don't have life this time. We'll see if that's gonna like come bite us in the ass or not. Well, we're gonna have life. It's gonna develop, thankfully. Alright, we got this one. We can maneuver away from this. So I'm gonna wait until this like comes out a little. There we go. We can, I think, get these. Like next. Oh, little tricky boy. And there should be like one left, but it's the most awkward one. So again, I'm gonna wait until that asteroid like is on the other side of the orbit. And I'm gonna do that once again. There we go. Ah, a priceless piece restored to perfection. The eyes of many will thank you. I like how we do the mission immediately. My fucking ships are just like, fuck this planet, man. Apparently that's okay though. You know, it's over now. Well, let's continue this mission. I accidentally set up this avant-garde piece wrong. All the orbits need to be going anti-clockwise. Please fix it. No punishment for killing yourself. Yeah, there's achievements for having like counterclockwise or clockwise like going planets and stuff. So essentially we are looking to crash into these to change the orbit. Well, that was a little... The world has lost its finest beauty at the hands of an oaf. I mean, that's debatable though. I might have made it worse, but also better. Like, look at it, it's more compact. Easier to present. I like it more, personally. And I mean, at the end of the day, art is entirely subjective, you know? It's in the eye of the beholder. Alright, let's give it an actual attempt. So the thing that it's trying to teach you is you can kind of grind against the planets, not just fucking collide with them. So they're all going clockwise, which is not good right now. So that one's like on the right track, baby. It's pretty good now. We just want to anticipate. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, life is gonna be like actually annoying for this one. We do need to get rid of that. I just realized what just happened there because they attacked the planet immediately. You know what? Let's like downgrade ourselves a little. Let's see. Well, that's gonna be a little like too big. We're still a life planet, and I don't want to be that. Still barely a life planet. Okay, so now we're just a small planet. Good, good. I actually kind of prefer being a small planet for this. Annoying thing is going to be that we now have an asteroid and I don't really know what to do with it. Although I guess, like, I don't think we are supposed to not damage them. I think we're just supposed to set them up right. Okay, so that's one. That's another. So 3 of them are now, like, in the right direction. Let's see. We should probably, like, try to get this one. It didn't really turn, though, did it? Yeah, we like, slowed it down, but that's it. So that's correct now. Is it just that one that we need now? No, wait, that's actually correct, right? Oh, no, that one isn't correct. Okay. Okay, I see it now. Oh, boy. Yeah, let me just get sucked into the sun. It's a lot of fun. Come on now, baby. There we go. Interactive art at its finest. Thank you for participating. Well, that wasn't so hard. What's the last? It's also like this bit, right? Yeah, fine art. I don't know if we're gonna need life for this one. Let's just check it out first. We do have a save system that we can use if we do need life. But let's give it a look-see first. Alright, what is this? Sigh, some Philistine life forms are at it again. They have taken residence in one of my finest sculptures. Quickly, reduce the mass on those planets so no life can live there. But don't destroy or lose anything. This art is irreplaceable. I mean, so you want me to smash, but not a lot. How droll. So essentially, we do need to be a life planet for this, from what I understand. Although I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Because, like, if we are a life planet, then how are we going to stop our duders from continuing to attack the planets? I'm not really sure how that's going to work. I got several questions. Several questions, in fact. But let's try it again. As a life planet. I don't remember doing this one, but I clearly have done it before, at least like twice, because I have gotten to the final boss, and I have beaten the final boss in this game, and I won't spoil it. I don't know if we'll get there tonight, because right now, in terms of story, we're finishing up the planet stuff, but there's actually 16 missions, which is more than anything we've done before for the actual solar system stage. Okay. So reduce the mass on those planets so no life can live there, but don't actually destroy them. So wait. Like, so I think that looks okay. That also looks okay, incidentally. We just have to, like, grind against it, basically. Ah, simply divine, the work of the gods. Alright, we've done it. Yeah, like, I thought that would be a lot more complex, but apparently we just needed to do a little bit more planet grinding. And we can become a actual star again now, and then start doing those missions. So we'll see if we can do that in just about 2 hours. And if not, hey man, I'm at least playing a game that the last time I checked no one else was playing on the whole entire Twitch. So I feel very, very special and VIP and unique and extra and all those other words people throw around. I actually, maybe I'm actually special and it's not just a lie. Maybe I can no longer sing Creep, you know, with the utmost conviction. Because there's that one line of like, I wish I was special. But it's like, well, I know I'm special. And my mom always did say that I'm special. Yeah, I had to have that one in there. Is it a joke in bad taste? Yes. Is it self-depreciative? Also yes. Does that make it okay? No, but I don't know, it justifies it to me. Only God can judge me, apparently. That's what we're gonna use as an excuse going forward. I could also just, like, respawn as a solar system if I really wanted. Like, as a star, rather. But I would rather do it organically, you know? Just get there. It's not that hard, and it builds good habits, I think. I'm actually really looking forward to the hobby stream. I think it's going to be extremely low quality, and it might be disastrous. But I'm kind of looking forward to it, and it is a good time to do this, because I gotta finish up a model. Now, my one fear is that the model I'm working on is not actually a Games Workshop model. It's a Pathfinder mini, and I'm going to be in the Warhammer category, but I think that's going to be okay, to be honest. Again, I can just use the, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I'm a small streamer excuse. If any Twitch moderators come and knock it and be like, yo, you need to stop, that isn't actually Warhammer, I don't see enough skulls on that model. Hopefully I don't get swatted by Games Workshop for painting the wrong models. The model I'm going to paint does have Warhammer bits on it. Like, it has an axe from a Warhammer Orc. It's my Barbarian character model for Pathfinder. I need to paint that guy, dude. He's going to be seeing some action this weekend. We're going to be finally continuing our Pathfinder stuff. I'm actually really looking forward to it. So we got access to 4 entirely new different kinds of missions. I guess we can look at what each one kind of is. Yeah, for duel we definitely need like life stuff. Brethren and Heist. So Heist is maybe one where it's not bad to just be like a random sun. Let's check that out. He says as he immediately gets an actual planet. This is the Heist mission, okay. Let's get into it. I'm planning a big heist, and I need you to get something for me. A guard has a security swipe cart planet that we need. Of course, an entire planet. You'll need to take the swipe cart planet quickly. As soon as you take it, they'll send in backup. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, this series of missions is probably the worst in the entire game in terms of mechanics. Like, there's some fun involved with it, but it's a little bit annoying. Because in order to get this shit in the first place, you gotta, like, find a way to get it off. Get it off from this solar system. Yep, we got it for a second. And, yeah, it didn't really work. Let's try it again. You know what? I would much rather just be a larger star so that we can lose more mass when we collide with stuff. Because for this one, we kind of have to collide with stuff. Show me where that shit is. We'll have to make a quick getaway after. There it is. Bad end? yeah, definitely bad end. You see that thing that you just did there? Don't do it again. Really? I wonder why. We kind of got it off the orbit for like a split second, and then it just became faster, but it still spawned all the security. So I can kind of see what the entity is actually pissed about, you know? That's like the worst outcome that we could have had. I guess my angle of attack wasn't really ideal. All right, well, let's try again. Yes, just show me where this shit is, man. I'll get it, I promise. I'll get it this time. This is like an even worse angle of attack. I kind of want it to be like this. I gotta get you, planet. I'm gonna catch up with you, baby. Oh, God. Okay. Yes, now quickly bring it to our scanning facility. Of course, the scanning facility. I am a solar system with a planet that apparently is like a keycard. It's just a keycard planet. Don't worry about it. It doesn't need to make sense. We also have an infinite number of enemies just constantly chasing us. Great work. We have what we needed. We'll be in touch. Okay, so I believe this is, we can stay on the same little story. We don't actually need to keep this planet if we don't want to have it, but for funsies, we can keep it for approximately 2 more seconds. That swipe cart planet has given us access to the security center. We will need those passwords and instructions to get any further. Planets orbiting stars around here all have some sort of security mainframe. Get any 3 stolen planets in orbit, and we'll have all the data we need. So essentially, we're looking to kind of do what we did a second ago. Get these like off the orbit, which we just completely failed at, by the way. And just have them and hold them. This is gonna work. It didn't work. You've let the team down. He does know how to get under your skin. I gotta be honest. He's so sad now. But I didn't want to die, you know? I mean, any 3 planets work. So if we could just get this one. It has to be stolen planet, though. It can't just be like a random planet. That's the challenge part of it. We can kind of... Well, our orbits are all wrong for this. Yup. Our orbits were entirely wrong for that. I was gonna say maybe we can use the shield planet that we have. Kind of abuse the fact that it can take a little bit more punishment. Again, we'll just keep trying. Okay, I mean, that's a pretty big planet. Maybe we can... Yep, so we have 1. The difficulty is going to be that I think we need to be a larger star for this. Yeah, that didn't even knock it out of orbit, man. Because right now we can only have 3 planets, so we're going to kind of orbit around this solar system. And hopefully we'll get plenty of random planets spawning so that we can kind of feed ourselves to become larger. That would be ideal, but now there are no planets spawning from the looks of it. Man, I would love to just, like, have even more stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe we could grab that, but no, wasn't fast enough. Yes, I know that the planets orbiting here have a bunch of shit on them, but I'm also just a tiny, tiny, small star, man. You gotta excuse me. I'm slow and methodical, apparently. I guess I could also devour this planet, but then I would have to get, like, another one, right? Yeah, I mean, instead of just, like, going back and mindlessly, like, trying that again, we're gonna grind a little bit so that we can have more planets. Because it's gonna make it a lot easier to actually do this. Small star is a challenge for this because you need to get 3 planets, but you can have a maximum of 3. And ideally, you don't just want to run at stuff with your own planets. Well, with your own body, essentially, as the sun. But maybe use some of your own planets to knock the stuff out, because our planets currently don't matter. We just need to steal, like, 3 things and then run away, I think. So if we could just have, like, 6 slots, that would already be pretty good as a medium star. Becoming a large star would be even more cool, because having 8 would make it so much easier. So that's what we're gonna try. Let's see. Just give me some fucking planets, dude. Y'all got any more of them planets? I mean, I've already kind of done that bit, but, you know, we need a new planet. You were a rock, but I took you for granted. Ain't it a shame? Ain't it a sin? We had too much baggage when our ship came in. And like a laser beam, you never would have seen. Okay, I don't know all the lyrics to that song, okay? And yes, it is Smash Mouth, and no, I don't feel bad or cringe. I got the Cringe Lord tag on, for Christ's sake. Like, come on now. No shame, no pity, no remorse. Wait, no, that's the Black Templars. Fuck. Sorry, I got my chanting bits mixed up. I mean, now we're a nice yellow medium star. Let's become even larger. Just get even fatter. Hashtag body positive stars, I guess. Also, I gotta fix my gamer posture, man. I'm sitting in all sorts of ways. My fucking spine is a question mark at this point. Give me them planets. There we go. I really like this game, man. It's just so chill. I don't know if I'll ever play it again on stream. Maybe that's how I should have marketed this, you know? Like, live, for the first and potentially only time, Solar 2 on MumblezTV. I don't know if it would have gotten more traction. I think on Twitter I just said, like, yo, let's play a space game, or something along those lines. And it is a space game. I would say that it is my favorite space game. Oh, you know what I could have played, though? Although, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know how I would have played it. There's another game that's maybe even less known than this one, called The Polynomial. But basically, you gotta, like, input some music in there to play that. And I don't know how the fuck I would play that for 4 hours, because at least with this game, I got, like, some amount of experience with the game. I have played it for, I want to say, like 40 to 100 hours in total. When you look at the Steam, the Muradai, like, free to, well, not really free to play version, because you still gotta, like, buy the game, but you get the game files and you can do whatever you want with them, as far as I know. Maybe it's a GOG version. I can't, like, fucking remember for the life of me. It might be the GOG version. I don't know, dude. I really don't know. I can't quite recall if it did get released on GOG in the end or not. I know that the guy had, like, a version available for sale on his website that I'm pretty sure still works to this day. And I believe it is DRM free, that version, so I don't want to make any promises, but, you know, I might be able to hook you up with a copy. If you like what you see, then type your cock size in chat, and I will send over the game files. I don't know why it had to be that, but look, it seemed funny to me at the time, alright? So now we are actually a large star, which is very, very good. That's what we wanted. We're faced with an entirely different challenge now, though, which is I don't have any planets because I ate them all. And I need planets to kind of use as weapons, as battering rams, if you will. And it seems like every planet is taken nowadays. Fucking galactic tinder, man. It's the worst. Just because my mass isn't, like, 3,400, no one wants to match with me. The king of small stars. Would it instead of short king be like light king in this case? I stayed that one because it was dinky. We don't need dinky planets. We need big planets. I like big planets and I cannot lie. Let's keep looking for more stuff. We could also like get life on this one. That might be useful, as it would allow us to reuse it, or like use it a few times as a battering ram. But you can't always get what you want. Those are just some nomads. Nothing wrong with that, but I would much prefer some more plants. And there's one. There's one in the left corner. Ooh, that was close. Could have gone bad really quickly there. I see more planets. We also got to keep in mind that we'll have to steal like 3, so we can't go too hard. Essentially, like I think 4 is reasonably the max size that we can have, because we got to leave like some room. Now the question becomes, do we want to get life on these? How close are they? One of them is like very close. Yeah, 71 mass. So we could focus on this red one and maybe try to do that. Have like at least one with a shield. Could also just get that and eat it. Just eat it. Just eat it. How is this one doing? 53. Oh, that's like still a ways off. It stole some mass from my other one. I was gonna get an asteroid on the red one. Oh, how's it going? How's it going? It needs like one more. It needs one more, bro. Bro, just one more asteroid, bro. Just one more asteroid, bro. We got it in the end, by the way. I'm just making fun of the just one more lane, bro thing. Yeah, let's go to the right, because I think that's where this actually is. I don't mind going in with 7 planets, by the way, because even though we gotta steal 3, and right now we can't, like, we don't have the room for that. Also, we kind of need that one. So that's called an upgrade. It's no longer an upgrade because they still took, like, all the life off of it, but it's gonna get life again. Okay, so we gotta find other solar systems. It's a lot easier to find them when you have the orbits visible, by the way. That's a Mumbles tip for you. That's just the tip from Mumbles. Yo, leave my fucking life planet alone, man. That ain't cool. I mean, if we can cache that one, it will still count. Yeah, there you go. I don't care if the life gets eliminated off of it, as long as it lives. The life isn't the key. Really, that doesn't knock you off, huh? Oh, and you stole one of mine. You piece of shit. Bro, like, what is up with that one planet? How much mass does it have? Literally impossible. Nope, you just, like, smash it and it dies. Okay, cool. Cool, that's definitely what I had in mind. Okay, okay. I mean, if we hit this the right way... Well, we didn't, by the way. In case you were wondering, that was not the right way. We gotta get a tiny bit more mass. And even if we do get a tiny bit more mass, we're faced with a problem. That being that this is now like a very tiny solar system. And so are we. Bro, it just literally keeps like bouncing straight back into the same orbit. Angle of attack is all wrong. Yep. Okay. Is there another solar system that I can approach, please? Can I, or do I just have to like do it with this one? Because I don't know how the spawning stuff works sometimes. I would much prefer to find like a different one now, because with how small this is and how small we are, this is gonna be so annoying to do. Like if we can go fast enough to catch that, but I don't think that's a possibility. Yeah, it's just a no-go, basically. Then we could get it. The one time we actually had, like, a good angle, we ended up, like, going too fast. I mean, hey, we kind of have two now, I guess. We have no resources to juggle the other ones with. I need more planets, bro. Not just to steal, but just to eat. Give me more planets. I guess the other thing we could do is hope that maybe they collide with another solar system and they send some stuff flying. I think that might be an option. Could be cool. Boy, oh boy, am I happy to get that. Man, I really wish that would have, like, sent you flying. Oh, there are other, like, solar systems. Cool, cool, cool. That's promising, at least. If you have a planet over here... I just did it again! I just knocked it back into the orbit! Damn it! Alright, alright. Let's try to find some more sustenance in the form of entire planetoids. There we go. There's one right there. So is this solar system still here? Apparently it is. And it's fast approaching us. Kind of want to do it like this. Nice, we got it. Excellent, that's what we needed. The team is all clear to go. We'll need you again soon when we need to escape. Okay, so what's the final icon for this? It's a question mark. Let's go to the question mark. This one is gonna be a heck of a thing. I don't actually know if... I guess we should probably be bigger than a medium star, if I'm being honest. So maybe focus on that first. Let's become a large star. I'm using my game knowledge to my advantage here, so you have to excuse me. I'll explain why, though. Well, in fact, I'll show you in a second, but I want more mass. I want to be heavier. 'Cause it's about to get heavy. It's about to be on. Yeah, I'm banging, slinging napalm. And nobody move. I need more planets. Instead of more shitty singing, let's focus on getting more planets. How about that? I mean, I think if we get to large star, well, ideally we would get to almost neutron star for this next bit, and maybe even neutron star, because we just need as much mass as humanly possible, basically. Although I think neutron star is pretty easy to kill, kind of. We're almost at large star level, so that is something. Oh, baby. We're almost there. We almost got it. In fact, if I devoured this life planet, I think we'd be fine. Kind of reluctant to do that, though. This next mission is very infamous, by the way. And I don't really want to go in with just, like, barely enough mass to be called a large star. So I'm gonna keep on searching. Took a bunch of hits there. This is what I mean. Like, we're gonna have a ton of collisions in our future, potentially, so I'd rather get as high mass as I can before we actually endeavor to do this, because it's gonna be challenging. It might require multiple attempts in the first place. I'm being very cryptic about it, you may notice, because I don't want to spoil the fun. I don't want to spoil all the fun. And I didn't spoil it for myself, I've just played the game before. But that's kind of the whole point of the whole Wut Games week, right? I even know if it's supposed to be, like, nowish, right? It's just that, like I said, none of the big streamers, quote-unquote, gave like two shits about it. We also want to have 2 life planets, because then we have a shield. That's going to be important for all of 2 seconds, but it's going to be important for those 2 seconds. Alright, alright, alright. I'm also planning on maybe streaming on Friday, but to be honest, it's a tentative one, because I don't know if I'll need to do something else. And also, I have no clue what we're going to do if we are going to stream on Friday. So it remains to be seen. Once I know, I'll probably update the actual schedule tab on Twitch, but I haven't figured it out yet, which is why it's not there right now. Turns out, it's hard to fill out information that you don't know. Oh, and I really should have done something already. I just realized. In fact, I should have done 2 things already today. One kind of just for myself and another one for my work, but I forgot. Well, maybe we'll fix at least one of them. Maybe I'll do the work stuff and just like quietly apologize to some of my friends about the other thing being late. I think it's gonna be okay. We're not really currently delayed anyway. And there's some stuff going on. Essentially, we're gonna be hopefully having a mega battle of Warhammer 40,000 at the end of the month. Near the end of the year, basically, after Christmas, but before New Year's. But I gotta, like, find a location for it. And I'm currently still waiting for a couple emails to come in about it. But I also promised I would send some rules information about the stuff, because Apocalypse is what it's called, and it's a separate little game system now. Which honestly is better than the way it was before, where it was just like a random set of janky-ass rules that we'd layer on top of regular 40k and make it playable with massive armies. And I lose the term playable very loosely here. Like, it's arguably unplayable. Regular Apocalypse, like regular, the current version of Apocalypse is maybe a little bit better in that regard. I'm kind of happy with our mass right now and our 2 shields. Like, this isn't bad. This definitely isn't bad right here. I'd love to, like, almost get it to the limit of what's possible as a large star. I'd love to get some more life planets for that reason, because they have an inherently higher mass than these small boys that we're getting. There we go. That planet nearly had life. It was quite a big boost for us. Keep on devouring everything in sight. Okay, that was my bad. That was my bad. Kind of wasn't paying attention. We can just eat that. Could have had even more mass from it if I was actually careful. You know what? Like, we're very close. We're very close where I want to be. Target has been successfully secured, but this place is alarmed. The police will get here fast, so you'll need to evade them. Don't get lost or destroyed. Okay, so be prepared for, like, the absolute worst here. Are you fucking seeing this? I'm in a corridor of suns. And I'm using some jank strats, by the way, to do this, because you could go the other way, and it's significantly faster that way. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh dear God. Dear God, why? Why would you do this to me? Eventually our planets are gonna get so in the way, dude. Yep, that was one of them. No more shields. No more shields. Just oh so carefully, gingerly move it around. Nice, nice, very, very nice. You know what, I'll keep my little planet alive for as long as possible. It's like a little reserve of energy. I also should not be glancing. I don't know how our planet is still alive. It's a miracle. Oh, fuck. Yep, great. We've been caught and arrested. In a few billion years when we start our jail town, we'll try again. Yeah, it's a ruthless mission. You essentially get hit once and you're fucked. And I'll show you what happens if you try go in instead of right to left, left to right. But before I do that, let me take a drink. Are you prepared for this? Like, if you thought the previous attempt was bad, take a look at this, dude. It's so much faster, seemingly, right? Like, it's so much fucking faster. I don't know what causes that. Probably something to do with gravity, but it's significantly more difficult like this, in my opinion. I don't think we're actually gonna live if we go like this, but we can give it, you know, an attempt. I forgot how hard this game can be. Yeah, it can absolutely kick your ass with some of the actual solar system missions kind of like go hard in terms of difficulty, and you gotta employ the jank. I do think that it's like a little jank strat to go like the other direction, because it's so much, it just seems so much nicer, right? Everything's so much more slow. It would be cool if we could keep our 2 planets for as long as possible to have like a shield. But the problem is that if we do get hit, it's not really a damage mitigation problem. It's more so an issue of like we'll just get sucked into all sorts of gravity wells, basically. Yep, there goes one of our planets. There goes both. It didn't last as long as it did last time. But now we gotta be super careful because we're gonna have like random stars in the middle of this. So many stars. Who builds a security system like this is what I want to know. Okay, again, I got a feeling, yeah, it's gonna get more narrow. If you want to like completely kill yourself with information overload, you could also put on like the different vectors and stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be helpful, but it's also gonna like fill the screen with jank. Like, look at this shit. It's something else entirely. You can kind of cheat with it by figuring out like which way stuff is going. Like you can see these little inclines and twists and turns in it a little bit easier, but let's just like try to do it the old-fashioned way. It's like a wave, dude. Do the wave. Just straight now, getting very small. All right, getting like a little big, getting small. Any bigs in the chat? This is gonna be the annoying part, the kind of like random suns just bouncing around, knocking all over. This is almost the RNG part of it. Yep, that's the RNG. I think we would have had it in like a split second if we last, but that just comes down to RNG basically. And that's what you gotta keep on trying. Like the big thing is don't get like super caught up in it. Just keep on going. As I mentioned, like it doesn't matter if we have shields to start off with or not, because at the end of the day, it's like, oh, like, cool, you have shields. Does it fucking matter? No, it really doesn't. It makes no difference. I'm just gonna go back in. The beauty of it is that you only gotta do this stuff like once if you find it annoying. And you can individually clear the missions as well, I believe, by like double-clicking them in the little mission menu. So if you do want to experience this again and maybe get like some achievements, because I think there are some achievements for some of these. Like, you can actually make them extra challenging if you want to. I don't actually know what the extra challenging thing for this would be. We already are just a medium star, so we can basically tank one more hit. And, I mean, we might go back down. We might just die from all the, like, random asteroids that are thrown in here. So this is currently going worse than the previous attempt already. Oh, and there's just a random, like, solar system in here for no reason. Just a small star now. Even better. Still have some amount of mass to go. I'm just scared of everything. Gotta go up now, and then we gotta go down. Kinda wish some of those planets would have gotten in here to give me a little bit extra health, essentially. But it was not to be. So now comes the Giga Jank part of it soon, once this opens up, I think. The random stars that are just spawned so that they hit, like, everything on the side and bounce all over. Yeah, I will take that. This is what I mean, like, that trajectory is so fucking ass, dude. That's so ass. You just gotta do this once. It's only just one attempt. If you had one shot, one opportunity to not have to go through Star Corridor again, would you take it, or would you let it slip? Yeah, just hit me, dude. I'm gonna become a neutron star, see if that, like, helps in any way. I guess because we're smaller, it might, I'm not sure. Because of our mass, we might have higher gravity now, so it might be more difficult to actually dodge stuff, but I guess we'll give it the old college try. Technically, we have, like, more health, because if we get hit, there's more stages that we can fall back into, so that might be better. Excuse me, the fuck? You just have an entire, like, solar system in the middle? Does anybody want to explain that? Does nobody else see how fucked up this is? We can just squeeze on by over here. Again, I kind of wish we didn't have entire solar systems in the middle of this mission. It's already kind of difficult enough, I would say. But what do I know? Alright. Alright. At least we can kind of consistently do these bits. That has to count for something. Nice, just sneak on through. And I think we're soon gonna have to go up. First it appears to be narrowing a little. Yeah, now we gotta go up. Yeah, that's, again, just one of the many random solar systems in the middle of that corridor that is just like, sup, I'm gonna, like, end your life now. Essentially because I'm not supposed to actually be here. Having 18, like, suns thrown at you apparently is not quite difficult enough. We gotta have, like, some extra, you know? This is one of the many reasons why this series of quests is actually, as far as I know, considered, like, some of the worst parts of the game. Once you get it down to a science, it can be a lot of fun. It's just that the fact that you gotta do it just to advance in the plot is, like, extremely frustrating. Because it's just gigajank. It's just fucking gigajank. And there's no other word for it. But hey, it is doable. It has been done before. It's kind of difficult when you have stuff like that happen, though. Again, that's not even part of the actual mission. That's just a random solar system that's there. I mean, this one is here as well, so it could be bad, I guess. Yep, we actually lost so much mass there, we can't even become a neutron star already. Because of the spawning position. But we'll give it a shot. I mean, we got pretty far as a large star before, so I think that it's still a possibility. I don't think you have to be like a neutron star to be able to do this, basically. Oh, and one of the reasons why you might want to go through the story, the entity mentions that he's a god, basically. That's not quite true, but there are essentially cheats in the game that you can 100% access, but you only really get to use them after you've beaten the story mode. So that's like the motivation that you as a player may have to actually do all this stuff. Because you then get access to, not really the development tools, but like a bunch of stuff where you can fool around even more. There's a lot of sliders for the various like traits and abilities. For example, in terms of like life, you can mess around with the degree of ships, like the amount of ships that each planet makes. So you can make a very, very different experience out of that, basically. Kind of getting more lucky with the randomly spawned solar systems, so I think our movement speed is also a factor in that, because neutron stars are a little bit speedier. So maybe a large star is the way to go, actually. Although, yeah, again, there's just an entire solar system there. I don't really know what to do about that. Also, if it wasn't a triple solar system, I feel like maybe we could have a chance, because it just collides once and kind of fucks off. But when it's a triple, it's kind of hard to dodge, man. But we'll just keep on going. Like, I'll be here all night doing this. If we really get bored, we could just do some of the other missions. Because I do think that some of these are like, on the more difficult side. And this is obviously, like, the capstone mission, basically, for this particular thing. Honestly, judging from previous experience, I'm not actually going to consume the planets that I have. Because they're about to be a neutron star, and I don't really see the point of that. It didn't really help us before. So might as well just be like, yeah, fuck it, let's just be like a large star. And call it a day. I think the intent originally with this mission was to go from left to right, basically, but it's so much more difficult to do it that way. Because the stuff essentially is gonna, like, hit you almost irregardless. It still hit me right there because I messed up, basically. Wasn't paying that much attention, but still, it's significantly more difficult to do it that way. I guess I can give it a shot, though, just to keep it interesting. I'm pretty sure so far every time I've done it, though, it's been this way. Like, right to left. Just seems to work a little bit better. Again, I'm not about to mourn any of my planets because they're about to die every time I start this mission. Let's give it the, you know, maybe the intended version. Like, let's try that. Let's go this way. Even though, like, it's already way, way fucking more annoying. I'll turn on the vectors and try to, like, abuse that. But then there's so much stuff on the screen that it's actually hard to see anything. It's just a bunch of lines and dots, man. I still maintain that it's going to be easier the other direction. And at least then you don't have to use the vectors. They're very useful, but they just kind of get in the way. There's too much information past a certain point. So I'm going to be going this way still. Just give it enough tries that we could actually succeed. Oh no, my planets! Anyway. We still have one, but so far I'm not convinced that becoming a neutron star is actually, like, useful for this. The speed actually seems to mess with us significantly. There might even be an argument to do it as a medium star, because I think your movement speed will be a little different. Kind of happy and surprised that we managed to dodge that one. Alright. We're not bad at dodging these random stars thrown in here, the ones that don't have planets associated with them. It's the completely janky ones that get in the way, and the later ones that purposefully are on a collision course with the ones going on the side. I guess what we could do at that point, but it seems very, very silly, is like change direction then, but I don't think it would end particularly well. It is kind of the same course every time, if you've been paying attention, so it is something that you can learn, essentially. Like, muscle memory is an absolute option here. So we're coming into, like, the final stretch again. We got that wave, a couple, like, little more open areas, more, like, tight corridors, and then in the end it turns into some other stuff. We barely were able to get away from the sides there. Now we gotta go up. And now it's kind of getting straight, getting very, very tight. This is one of those tight corridors that I mentioned. Opens up a little, and then here we go. This is gonna be the tough part. I think maybe if we just kind of stick towards the sides, it might work. And also, I'm trying to use the movement keys as like little as possible to have as little momentum as I can. I think we did it. I think we did it. That's it. We escaped. We did it, dude. We did it. I mean, yeah, it takes a couple tries, but we did it. And the cool part is that that's all done. It's literally all done. We never have to bother with that ever again if we don't want to. Let's see what other ass things we can do. The rest of it isn't so ass, to be honest with you. It's just like, I mean, that's like 78% ass if I had to wager. The rest of it is at most 20 some ass. Bro, I apparently have to approve grats. I don't know why. I don't know what sex term that is. Can someone explain to me what GZ? Is it because you could interpret it as jizzy? Is that really how far we've fallen as a species? That it's considered, like, lewd to say that. By the way, thank you, Ren, for congratulating me. And apparently, like, thank you for the human race for making everything about semen. And, you know, on a similar note, you wish to join the brethren of the holy hole? Your first task is that of the missionary. Protect that planet, Brother Star. Show it why it should trust you. But yeah, we probably need more life planets for this, I think. We are now working for the holy hole, in case you were wondering. Fucking minute of this, huh? Yep, that's dead. That's dead. Wow, no, that's stupid. It is kind of stupid, isn't it? The game does get significantly easier if you have, like, more safe systems, basically. So, as a sandbox-style game, it definitely benefits more if you just, like, screw around with it, save a bunch of stuff that you find interesting, and then come back in. Because, like, right now, if we had a solar system with 8 life planets on it, what we could do is just, like, spawn in as that, instead of having to build it up, and then kind of, like, consume the smallest one, and just pick up that one particular planet and protect it. The other big thing is, obviously, it matters how close / far away from the star itself you get it into orbit. So there is some play there. We are a large star, which is beneficial to us, but we also want life planets, and that's going to be a little rough. Need to find more life planets. Ideally, it would just be, like, full-on life planets that we find, and then get to screw around with, but Any of these close? Bro, they're all incredibly far away from evolving. But I guess we can fly into some asteroid fields and hope for the best. We could also knock some of these guys out from orbit and do it that way, but I don't think it's really going to work. We're just gonna spam E a lot whenever we're in an asteroid field and hope for the best. The thing I also have to be careful with is we do not wish to become a large star, because then we will no longer be able to have as many planets. Give me more fucking life planets, dog! Come on now! I guess what I should have done, ideally, is maybe instead of just resetting the progress completely, and deleting like all the saved stuff that I had, maybe I could have just reset all the various missions. I don't really mind having to do it from scratch, to be honest, and if I don't get to speedrun the game in 4 hours, I don't think it's much of a loss. Like, we've kind of shown the meat and potatoes of the other... I mean, we've done all the missions of the other stages, and the meat and potatoes of the game is actually like this, being a solar system. This is like the intended gameplay experience. You're supposed to fuck around the most as this version of the game, because it has the most moving parts, basically. You get to have life on your planets, you get to still muck around with like orbiting stuff. There's a ton to screw around with. I'm gonna consume one planet, and I mean, this is slightly closer. There was one that was developing life for a second, I thought, but maybe not. Well, let's get some more asteroids then. Might as well. I guess we could also just, like, use the planets that we have if we really wanted to. Shall we try it? You know what, let's try it. Oh, these are the alien ones. Again, we need life. We need life to be able to deal with these. Like, generally speaking. There's only 2 of them left now, though, so we have accidentally done this mission. I lied, there's way more. They have multiple waves. Man, they just don't fucking care, do they? I mean, I feel like we can brawl with the best of them. Although the little turns that they do are gonna be fucking annoying, huh? Yep, we can't get the gunboats. We cannot apparently get the gunboats, which is kind of sad. Yep, that's just gonna be annoying. Well, no, we did get them. Phew, that was close. Are they even aliens? I don't know. Well, I don't care if they're aliens, bro. I wanted to do a different mission. I wanted to do Brethren, but that's apparently a different icon. The one complaint that could be definitely listed at this game is the fact that, you know, we just started a mission that we didn't really mean to, and even if you cancel, it doesn't despawn the stuff. So you remember how long it took for us to get all those planets? Yeah, like, fuck you. It's worthless because now they're all gone. And the icons don't always tell you what the hell these missions are. The names sometimes do, but you might not always go in and try to figure out all of them. So I think what we're gonna do as a little quality of life thing is, instead of focusing on that, we're just gonna float around space, get a bunch of planets, get some life on those, maybe do a little bit of dueling with other solar systems, grind some XP on our life planets once we have them, definitely make a save of that, and also I'm gonna consume a bunch of the planets that I have to have like as large of a sun as I can. And we're gonna go from there, and anything we have time for till the end of the stream we'll do, and anything we don't have time for we won't do. It's a pretty simple process, actually. And when you know it, it's a free life planet. I love free life planets. They're some of my most favorite things. Alright, we don't want to fight a solar system just yet. I would much prefer to just continue growing. I think I'll stop consuming stuff now, because 2,700 is a pretty high number already. So if we want to consume stuff, it helps that we can. Because in duels you might lose some planets, obviously. It's gonna happen over time. And if that comes to pass, it's good to be able to still consume some stuff. without becoming like a more dense star, basically. So we're just like looking for other planets to have, essentially. Pretty planets with life on them, preferably. And in the meantime, asteroids are potentially useful for us if we can like suck them up with our existing planets. Not necessarily with the already existing life planet, but the green one could use a lot of work before it's gonna house some life. Let me check something in the meantime. Getting some more resources is always good. It's one of those games though where the rich definitely get like richer, because once you do have additional life planets, it's even easier to get them. You can knock out planets in orbit from other systems. They just spawn more frequently, and it's easier to fight existing solar systems as well, so it's not as difficult as it may look at first glance. And I mean, some of these planets are pretty close already, so if we focus on just getting more asteroids, I think there's a real possibility that we do some wonderful, wonderful stuff. It's always kind of nice when you get to suck up a ton of those asteroids too. Like the sound effects as well are pretty good in this game. It's basic, but it works. So how we doing? Most of these are really tiny, tiny planets. They're far away from actually being what we need them to be. But we can change that though. We should be able to get some more mass on all of these, and then actually head into these wonderful, wonderful missions. Sometimes getting into a duel with another solar system is also a pretty good idea, because it does tend to mean that you see a ton more planets spawning. And right now that would be fairly useful for us, obviously. I also really like the minimal UI in this game. You don't have to think too hard, for example, about where to put a webcam with this game. I could kind of put it anywhere. It's really just the top left corner that is off limits if you want to see the stats, if you want people to be able to see the stats. But as it has been mentioned, you can also just turn that off and essentially like play a completely immersive sim if you want. Now, again, the one downside is, like, you can't turn off the lines that show that these planets belong to you. That's not an option. It's non-negotiable. But it doesn't really get in the way, and it's vectorized pretty nicely, where most of the time the lines don't get that janky, essentially. So it's not all bad. Kind of surprising that we haven't found like another just random planet that was floating around with life on it. But I mean, hey, I guess we gotta look for more asteroids and get some of our own. Once we do, we'll probably like make a save of that for the future. And that will make it significantly easier to do this in the future, should we decide to play some more. Again, it's tough to say. I wouldn't say that I hate this game, but basically I dusted it off just for this like Twitch event currently. Because I don't think it's that well known, which is a shame because it's actually pretty well made. And as far as I know, it's all just one dude. I think the soundtrack was made by a different guy, but the whole thing was programmed by just this guy called Muradai. I don't think he's unfortunately active anymore in terms of game development, which is a real shame because this is like a really cool title. And I mean, he had Solar, the original. I never played the original Solar, and it never got a PC release as far as I know. I think it was on Xbox Live Arcade. Can we get more planets? No. Well, now we can. Oh, that's actually... Wait, that's like pretty good. If we focus on the gray one, we could get life on it fairly fast. And we can also get this one. That's going to have life very, very soon, because it was about to get life earlier. before it was oh so rudely interrupted. Just need to suck in some more asteroids. How's that one doing over there? Oh baby, we're getting close with a lot of these. It's gonna be an entire like life boom once we manage to pull it off. I do think, for example, that a lot of the earlier missions do have some educational aspects to them, because essentially if you're just flying nicely, not like freaking out all the time, trying to make sure that you're not colliding too much with stuff, you'll be able to retain your mass significantly easier, which will make it easier to build the mass as well. And obviously once you get some life and some shields, it becomes a lot easier to do that. But I think we talked about that before. It's just a rich get richer kind of situation. To a degree, because once you do have life, again, the game is ever evolving and it kind of reacts to what's going on. So like right now, the fleets that you're seeing in terms of like nomads slash aliens, they're like decently sized, but they could be significantly like larger, and they will be if we keep playing, essentially. Right now they're slightly annoying because we don't have a lot of life planets, so I'm gonna wait for this little evolution bar. There we go, it's actually filled up. By the time I pull it up, it's filled up. So we're gonna have a shield on this bad boy, and that makes me happy. This one is getting fairly close, and we can get a ton of extra mass on it here with this asteroid field. Now, getting stuff in orbit obviously becomes a little more difficult once you are in fact a star, because, again, gravity is a thing that you gotta contend with. So the planets have a gravity, but then your star has a much larger, like, gravity, essentially, because you have way more mass. So stuff will move in slightly different ways than you first would think. The green one still needs like a little bit, I think. Yeah, we are on greeny over here. Nice, nice. I think we're about to turn this into a life planet. Let's just not collide with anything. Again, take our own advice, he says, as he literally collides with something. We need like 3 more mass on this green one. It's in prime position to get evolved though. Being on like one of the outer orbits is super easy for us right now, because it means that if we see like an asteroid field kind of to the left of us, we could even, if we're patient, well, there's a bunch of nomads, so let's not use that one, but yeah, we're about to be in prime position to get some stuff here. And maybe we can also get some on that grayish looking one. Now, you don't get to be super picky about sucking up asteroids with your planets, as it turns out. Like, there's no like button for that, as far as I know, to pick which planet gets to you know, take in the stuff and which one doesn't. All right, so that one's turning into a life planet now. Let's see. Little baby life planet. We should probably get some more mass on this, because it's gonna like devolve so fast if we get into a fight. And a lot of what we're about to do is gonna be fighting. It never stops. Apparently, you know, you just have to keep on growing. But it is a very zen game for that reason. You can just get lost in it. And I mean, it is a great backdrop to talk about anything. So far, we've been talking a lot about the game, which is very surprising when you know, we mentioned just how simplistic some of the mechanics are. But at the same time, I'm assuming, and I think rightfully so, that essentially no one has fucking played this. So I kind of want to explain this stuff a little bit. Even if I'm not some professional Solar 2 player, I feel like, you know, I do know more about the game than perhaps just a random person watching right now. Our little green planet is definitely getting somewhere. And having 4 life planets is already pretty good. Like, that's pretty sweet. Now, the big thing we could do, but it's going to be very difficult, although maybe not that difficult with this blue one. Like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this system already. Large star, 8 planets, that's good. So that we can access this later. I would love to become a dual star system. That would be very, very useful for us, because it would mean we can have even more planets. And it's going to make a lot of these missions significantly easier. And sometimes not just significantly easier, but it's a prerequisite. There's the dual category of missions where we're going to have to fight various other solar systems. And I'm pretty sure for one of them, we kind of need to have like access to 12 planets. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult to pull off. So as a consequence, we're going to attempt to do that. Now, again, there's a life planet there, so I'm just going to ditch one of my old planets and pick that up, because, hey, guess what? That has more mass than the planet that I consumed, so I didn't really lose anything by doing that. And now we have 5 life planets instead. That makes our shield significantly better. We have way, way better production as well when it comes to fighting. But what I want to focus on still is to get this thing to about 200 mass, which is going to be fairly difficult, because it's so close to our sun itself. But if we manage to pull it off, though, then we could have a really, really cool double solar system. And I mean, we can also level up any of the planets that we have, so essentially just going into asteroid fields is the name of the game right now. We still have a bunch of places that we could level up into actual life planets, and we could also level up into like a star if we really wanted to. It's kind of easier, I mentioned before, to level up the stuff that's on like the outer edge of your system. Since, you know, you're moving asteroid spawn like on the edge of the screen, and you can kind of move them into it. They're also the ones that will take the most of the fighting, so like orbits, everything kind of matters in this game a lot, actually. So if you wanted to build the perfect system, you could be very, very deliberate about it. It's just that because the game is always going to be like a little slow to react to you, you don't need all the advantages that you can get from having like perfect orbits, for example. Because ideally you want stuff to move so that it is very, very rarely without other planets nearby. So that if it gets attacked, then you have an easier time protecting, basically, like whatever it is that is being attacked. And you can deliberately do that. Like, you can set your orbits up in super deliberate ways, and it's going to work until you have, like, additional collisions, basically. Which, again, if you're very smart, you can just completely avoid, so... You can do some really, really cool shit in this game, if you take the time to do it. And the more you play, the easier it becomes, because you just get to save the various cool systems that you've built. Like, there is that one achievement for having 40 stars in a single solar system, which is insane and very grindy. But once you do it, if you save, and you're kind of going to have to save to be able to do that, then you will have like a really cool star system that you can just call on whenever you want. So we actually did a cool thing here with this one, because it's a very, very small little planet, but we got it super close in terms of the orbit. So it pushed this one out a little bit more, making it easier for us to grind mass on it. And also, that one is more protected now. And because it's not like particularly high leveled, it's going to make it easier to level it up later, because it's hopefully not going to just die. Now, obviously, we still kind of want 8 life planets, so we still need 2 more life planets, basically. We could start fighting already if we really wanted to. I kind of prefer doing that once we actually have the 8 life planets, because it's going to mean that we can grind XP so much more easily for all of the planets that we have. It's going to get like a more even distribution, generally speaking. Because of orbits, though, it's always going to be weird, because the planets only get the XP for ships that they themselves shoot down. But when you know it, there's another life planet here, and again, if at all possible, I would like to have it more in the center. So right now, this planet is kind of fucked if we run into any, like, actual resistance. It has a slow orbit, very, like, far out. It's potentially gonna die if we get into actual trouble, but hey, they're not all good ones. Some of them just need to exist. We are essentially in need of one more life planet, or I guess a few asteroids for this dark green planet. It's just not in like prime position to get extra mass. Although maybe we can sneak it in here and do some of that. Alright, we need like 3 more. That's not out of the question. The orbit is kind of messing with us now, but not an impossibility. And right now, any asteroid we get is going to be useful. Now, again, imagine for the 40, like, solar system, like, 40 star system thing, you're just doing this on, like, a much larger scale. You're literally, like, sucking up every asteroid that has existed and ever will exist, basically. So I'm going to wait until this develops life to save it. And, I mean, it didn't take us that long. It took us, like, 5 minutes to grind this out. So, again, it's not exactly And I am going to overwrite this because I think this is just a better version of what we had before. So we can essentially find another solar system now and just grind some XP. We're not necessarily looking to kill them. Killing solar systems is hard, by the way. I'll try to show you, because killing the actual sun is basically what gets you the win in that regard, but that's very, very tough to do. Because bitches do start running all the time. I mean, we can bully this little guy. They have like 2 life planets, so we may indeed just get the kill on them anyway with our fleet. But let's see. That planet ain't gonna have life, I can tell you that much. Purple planet is essentially doomed to die. It might not know it yet, but it is doomed to die. Still like a big ways off in terms of another secondary sun, but that's fine. That's not our priority right now. Yeah, so they've already lost one of their planets. Now that doesn't have life anymore, so therefore no shields. I'm essentially just letting my ships run amok a little, get some of those sweet kills. And also, if at all possible, I would want the various planets to be destroyed by my ships, because if they collide with some of my stuff, they can also mess it up greatly. But as you can see, the vector of this guy is like significantly far out now, because it's trying to run away from me. We've successfully scared it. Now I might let him get away, because as I mentioned, I'm just here to grind stats. And we're doing a good job of it. We already have like one... Yeah, this guy is already max XP, essentially. So we're looking to have more of that. And that's a double star system that we're fighting now. That's potentially what we'd like to become over time. But right now, I'm just happy to see some kills, essentially, on all my ships. So that they have even more quality shields, even more ships. And we have a better time doing, like, the dual stuff, the protecting, the everything, basically. So for that reason, we're just gonna fight this guy. I mentioned before that one of the best ways to do the solar system fighting is to do like rings around the other solar system, because I think the game reads your inputs. That's like my professional opinion, but I'm not a game dev or whatever, but I do think that it explains a lot of the jank sometimes that happens. And as a consequence, when you change your inputs a lot, then it messes with the overall movement of the enemy. So you can hear like my fingers kind of tapping on the keyboard. I'm essentially like I'm pressing all the different directions a little bit to mess up the momentum of the enemy solar system here. It's kind of funny that that's like an aspect of it, and I don't think it's placebo. I think it is actually messing with it. Broke the shields on there. I hope we don't lose our green boy. We didn't, but that's pretty good. They apparently are losing a bunch of their planets due to nomads. Now, obviously, if we want to fight them, then another thing to watch out for is like collisions. So I would rather take a hit on my sun's shield to make sure that they don't get another planet that we have to deal with. But because now they're kind of more ahead, our fleet is not as useful, even though we have a significantly larger one. Now, this would be the tough part, because if I wanted to just kill this solar system, there's never any reason to kill these solar systems, by the way. Like, it's just make your own fun. If you want, you can go and murder them. But, like, now we're getting close to another solar system, so the clock is ticking normally. But they're gonna deal a ton of damage to themselves passing through. I think they might have lost, like, a bunch of planets. And I'm just looking for XP. I'm just looking to see high numbers all across the board on all my planets. So it doesn't matter to me if it's that system, if it's this system. I just want to get kills, basically. I do think that we're currently like at a good spot to potentially try some of this. And I think I recognize, you know what, let's save this. I think it saves the experience level as well, but I could be wrong. If I am wrong, then, you know, we didn't cause any harm. We will have to give up our smallest planet if we do this. Maybe not if we lose like one of the planets right now due to that nomad fleet. But our shields are quite good, so we can like grind a couple more kills essentially. Four destroyers are kind of scary though. They shred shields. Okay. So more aliens. We did the first one kind of accidentally almost. But now we gotta deliberately do this one. We are much better equipped to do it, though. As you can clearly see. Is that the last guy? No, there's more waves. I thought so. It's kind of scary when they just lunge right at you, man. Yeah, we have a good fleet. And this is the part of the game that's like weirdly satisfying, even though you don't do anything. You're still pressing WASD, just the same as before. But it's kind of cool to witness your fleet that you don't even control just do stuff. Like I said, there's some auto-battler vibes here. Except, you know, you don't have, like, in-between round decisions to make. It's more all real-time stuff, like your keyboard inputs matter a little bit more. Your situational awareness. It's a little bit more real-time stuff, but it's, I don't think, as deep as something like Super Auto Pets, for example. And that's fine, because this is, you know, like a significantly older game. Let's do the last alien mission. Or maybe, does it have... Do these ones have 4? No, this one has, like, 3 stages, okay. All of them do, actually, so it's 12 missions, essentially, that we still have to do for this stage of development. And you can kind of see that this is the most in-depth. Wait, the war isn't over! Here they come again! I mean, the war might not be over, but I think we got what it takes. We have a good fleet. We have a very good fleet, actually. And also, very experienced, very, very kill-hungry planets, man. They have spilled the blood of our enemies repeatedly, so I think they'll be fine. This is just another Tuesday for them, basically. Obviously, angle of attack is important. So again, I just like moved myself so that my fleet gets into a better position. And again, if you can, you want stuff to be trailing behind you, so that if you spawn ships, then the ships are deployed in such a way that they can immediately enter the fray. And like, you know, the rest of our fleet can pick up any stragglers. So it's working pretty well right now. And now the main Nomad fleet has been broken apart. There's still gonna be additional waves. Yeah, I think there might be 4 waves in total, but that angle of attack was not so good for them. The big thing is obviously you gotta keep in mind that there's other systems and other planets going around the place, so if you're not careful, your stuff can very easily get knocked out of orbit. So you do have to watch it, basically. But again, we have such a good fleet that apparently we're doing great. And we just took a bunch of Demolisher hits, like on this guy, and he still has like 75% shield, which is insane. He is a tanky boy, apparently. I'm thinking we'll get like another wave, but it's gonna be from the right corner, if I had to guess. Gotta kill those 2 little boys. Oh, bottom. Still have to be careful with that, because that green planet right there was like very exposed. But essentially just like don't overdo it on the movement controls. Just have a good time. Let the ships handle what they were made to do in the first place. And if, you know, stuff starts taking damage, just like speed up a little bit. Pull them out of range, essentially. Give them a little breather. And as I mentioned, continue dodging other obstacles, including planets and entire solar systems. Well, all the aliens are dead. Is that what peace is? Oh, well, whatever works. I mean, hey, it works for me. So let's try the Brotherhood of the Holy Hole again. Big yikes name, I agree, but hey, I think that's what they intended. The entity has shown that he is in fact a child, so I'm pretty sure that we can do that. We can also do that and be children. The thing I'm kind of scared about is, like, what if I consume one of my plants? Thankfully it didn't end too poorly. Now that's like a perfectly placed one. I really like that one. So we gotta protect it for like 60 minutes. We have a ton of, you know, ships. We have a ton of planets to mess up the gravity of other stuff. So I'm kind of hoping that it'll work just fine. And you can kind of see when and where the asteroids are spawning if you pay like enough attention. Yeah, this is significantly easier once you have like a lot of life planets, obviously. We can also, well, I was gonna say, we can also protect it just by consuming more stuff, but apparently not the case. Let me do like a safe system respawn, because again, like, I would rather just have 8 planets and then eat 1, and then go off of that basically, than go in with 7 with like fewer ones, because it's just gonna make it significantly harder. I thought the orbit placement was pretty good on that though. I thought it was pretty nice. So I will do something similar, or at least endeavor to do something similar. Oh, it's up top now. Okay. So we want to go fast enough to potentially be able to like get close to it. I didn't mean to do that, actually. I was merely trying to consume one of my planets, and for some reason it didn't let me. Kind of confused about that. Can you just let me attempt your mission again, or is that out of the question? Yeah, as long as you have asteroids on planets, you can't actually consume any of the other stuff. It's like a failsafe. It's not bad, but can sometimes be annoying. Yeah, so that way. If we could get it on the same orbit as, like, the gray one that's closest to us, that would obviously be the best, to be honest. Yeah, so that's currently the best that we can do in terms of orbit placement. Remains to be seen if it's going to be good enough. It is a tiny, tiny little planet, so if you get hits like 3 times, it's basically dead. Which is again another reason why you want to like save your systems at all, if at all possible, because right now we're paying attention to nothing but this little like planetoid. It's good orbit placement, but there is one downside: it doesn't have a lot of like shadow and cover. Basically, it's not behind any other planet that we have most of the time, so that can maybe be annoying in the long term. So we got like 23 seconds to go. Apparently there's also just a random fucking like black hole that way. Joy of fucking joys. Alright, alright. I think we may yet live. Okay. You have shown why your way is the righteous way. Many a planet will flock to you. I mean, great. Looking forward to it. So, the next one from this mission is apparently the arrow. I'm still... You know what? Let's check the mission. Because sometimes, a lot of these missions are supposed to be done in sequence. Although I do see a life planet there. Oh, well, yeah, we definitely have to respawn now. Respawn is this system. We turned into a neutron star system, which is normally a good thing, but not this time. Because it means that we lose like half of the stars, well, stars, the half of the planets that we have currently. That's not so great. Let's see what it is we need to do. Your next test, brother star, is that of the pilgrimage. You must travel to far-off places and protect your followers. Don't let any asteroids, planets, or stars collide with your system. If you ever have less than 4 planet followers, you will fail. So we can't get any smaller than this, is what I'm hearing, essentially. And we cannot have any collisions whatsoever. It's a little rough. It's a little rough. It's very rough, because you can't employ any of the tricks that you normally would, such as, oh, I have a shield, let me just, like, bop this particular, you know, bothersome planet out of the way. But that's kind of supposed to be the tough aspect of this, you know? And also keep in mind that having life planets for this doesn't actually help you in any way, because normally life planets start shooting at asteroids if you have a collision. But we haven't collided with anything, and if we do, it's already mission failed. So we gotta just very gingerly move and keep an eye out for everything. Again, fun mission? No. But, hey, does it teach you anything? Kind of. Like, doesn't teach you much, but it teaches you something. I mean, we did it. You have protected your followers and made it to the destination. You have done well, brother. Okay, well, the last one is this particular one. Clearly. I also saw the icon earlier. There's an argument to be made that maybe we should respawn, but I'll see what it is first. You have shown yourself to be worthy. You may now meet the Holy Hole, honored by feeding it 6 of your followers. You may need to convert more. Yeah, so right now we only have 4 planets. This is one of those missions that is kind of badly paced, but I get it. Essentially, you want to feed the black hole more stuff without dying, but we don't have enough planets to feed it, like, 6 planets right now, because we have 4. And also, like, we also got caught in the thing, so we died. Yeah, do not get too close to our god. His powers will consume you. It doesn't actually, you know, like, let you just do it without the death penalty, and that sounds rougher than it actually is. So I'm going to, instead of basic respawn, go to save systems and pull this up. It's going to be a lot easier with a system that has more planets, especially the one that we have set up now, because it's all fairly close together. Now this is kind of annoying because there's just a solar system chilling in the mission start zone. Imagine if in GDA you had to fight a boss to fucking get the mission started, to stand in a little, what was it, pink little, like, highlighter? But they're moving. They got the memo. I told them to GTFO, and they're finally getting out of the way. Alrighty, as long as we don't lose any planets, like, to this fight, we're good. Because we would rather feed them to the black hole. Supermassive black hole. Again, we don't want to get caught in the event horizon, if at all possible. Don't kill my planet, bro. I need that planet to die in a different way. Such as over there. We're circling the drain already, a little bit. So we have a bunch of, like, planets on the outside here. You can have that one, you can have that one. And then we can, like, get out. We just gotta look at our orbits, basically. If we could get some more planets, especially ones that are, like, gonna be on the edge of our potential orbits, that would be the better solution here, because all of this stuff that we have right now is way, way close. And I don't feel comfortable, like, throwing this in there, for example. We can do that one, so that's, like, another one. Maybe... No, that didn't, like, do anything. And it might mean that we die now. Thankfully, it's not that big of a black hole, so we can still get out. We can still get out of the pole for the time being. Essentially, as long as it doesn't, like, suck us in, we're kind of good. So I'm thinking maybe we can get these 2 planets in there. We got 1. Just need 2 more. I'm gonna, like, try to pull out of the actual gravitational pull of it. Oh, and we still got it. Your sacrifices have been accepted. You have passed all the tests, Brother Star. Welcome. So we kind of cheated. Abused the system, because technically our planets got sucked in first before we did. But hey, I think it works. I think it works. I would go back to this particular save system once again. And what other missions do we have? We have the dual missions left, and only the dual. Now, let's look at something real quick. This is so close to being like an actual secondary star for us. And I assume so many of our other planets are in the same way. I would absolutely love if we could maybe get just another star, so that we go up to 12 potential planets. Because that would make the dueling so much easier. So right now we're essentially gunning for asteroids again. Keep coming back to the same shit. Just gotta find even more asteroids to do even more stuff. And after that we can consume some more planets, but we want to get especially that, like, close gray one. Yeah, these ones are not doing bad, all over 100 generally, but it's really this one that we want to focus on. If we could get... Well, we do need quite a bit of extra mass on it, but... And hey, it's already 167 instead of 162. That's 5 whole mass. God, this is gonna take a while, isn't it? If we manage to become a double star system, though, that's gonna be hell of a cool, dude. So it's gonna be very useful. And I mean, once we do the duel, we'll actually be able to get into the final boss. I think that's just one mission left after. So we've done really well, honestly. In 3 hours and 15 minutes, we've done according to the game itself, in terms of story missions, 90%. So that's pretty solid if you ask me. Now, there are other challenges that we've done nothing of, basically. But some of them are fun. I've done some of them in the past on my other save file. I can't remember if I did all of them or not. I really can't recall. I really should have downloaded that save file, to be honest, just so I have like a more accurate image of it. Bro, did you just like steal all of that? God damn. God damn. Still 167 on this one particular planet. We continue to not be able to get like any extra mass on it. Let's see. So it's this little guy. He's 168 now. Collided with something, and that was not like the best. Okay, we're focusing on that one. I'm keeping an eye on it. It's more important than anything else right now to get that to like 200. Because if we could get that, then we could have additional planets. Alright, 172, 174, my god, he's great at this. There's yet a chance that we pull this off. I keep gushing about the music, but like, listen to that. It's such a simple beat, but it's so fun. And it like stays with you. Oh, there we go, we actually did it. So now we can have 10. Now, if I remember correctly, then anything we consume now, yeah, we'll get added to this. So we're going to turn this into a medium star, and over time into like a large star, if at all possible. So we can be double large star pilled, based and double large star pilled, of course. So that hopefully we can just have like 2 humongous stars available. It's a little weird looking now, you have to excuse the transitionary period, because we have more stars currently than planets. I know, it's a little jank, but hey man, it's all part of the plan, just trust the process. They're not yet symmetrical, in fact, they might never be symmetrical. We're gonna work on a little bit more of the mass of our secondary star, and then we can focus on attempting to get our hands on some more life planets. And once we do, we'll do like a couple fights. Essentially, you gotta treat the game almost like an RPG, due to the experience element present. The game doesn't tell you that you need to, but it's gonna be significantly easier if we do. Now, alternatively, what we could do is, of course, become a black hole from our current position, which we won't become 2, we'll become 1 with one of the stars, but we'll instantly consume our other star for like a quick little boost in terms of mass, which is not bad, by the way. That's not a bad thing. Okay, so there's like a 500 mass difference now. That's not so bad. I kind of want them to be like similar, to be honest. Mostly for aesthetic purposes. There's no real gameplay advantage to actually having them be similar, but it makes me happy. I was gonna say, are we about to have an accidental 3rd star? Because it would be kind of funny if we just did that, but it doesn't look like it. We have rescued this planet, and then we ate it. It still counts as a rescue, you know? I would love to get even more life planets, so that we don't have to just grind them with asteroids, but we might have to do that anyway. We kind of went hard and ate like 7 of our life planets immediately upon becoming a double star system. Although there's one right there. So I'm confident in eating this now. So let's see. Oh, that immediately lost life, okay. It's gonna come back, though. It's gonna come back, Copium. We should probably, like, try to get some more mass on it. It's a little dangerous when it's still, like, evolving, but if we get, like, more mass on it, it's gonna stay a life planet easier, even after collisions. Is that another planet up top there? It is. Cool. Cool. I mean, hey, so we can go up to 10. Maybe I was wrong about it being 12. It might just be 10. Because I'm pretty sure the size of your secondary star doesn't actually determine the overall capacity of the solar system. It has been a while since I played the game, so perhaps 12 was wrong. It's a pretty high number when you consider that it's up to 12 potential planets. I mean, we'll build it. We'll absolutely build it. Oh, baby. We got 3 life planets now. Just barely, so we gotta be careful to let this one actually develop the shields as well. Now, the downside is going to be a lot of the solar systems we run into are going to be the same as us, so multiple star system variations, or even bigger. We're talking quad solar systems, for example. But it is what it is. So right now we're just looking to get as many stars as we can. Stars, planets, actually. And hopefully develop life on more of them. Right now with the 3, we already got the shield benefit that you can get, so that's pretty sweet. We're up to 6, but only half of those have life. And the ones that do have life could be bigger, obviously, have more mass. And they also need a ton of experience, so that's gonna be something. Sometimes with nomad fleets, there's a planet that they attack. So if we see white ships, then we gotta like go in and maybe rescue a planet real quick. Get on the fast track, basically, of getting more planets. Once we do have the 10 life planets, you'll see something amazing with this game, because you saw already with 8 life planets how big of a fleet we can have if every one of those planets is essentially maxed out in terms of XP. But consider when you have an additional 2 planets next to that. We're just gonna have like ships swarming all around us, basically. And we see so much of the map now. We see so much of the game because they're so like we are absolutely fucking massive. Like, look at that shit. We gotta be all the way zoomed out to be able to actually see where we're going. We can attempt a little fighting, but again, I'm more here for collecting other planets right now. And grinding it out. How are we doing actually in terms of the number of planets? So we're missing 1 still, and obviously these ones don't have life yet. I'd much prefer if we just found ones that had life to begin with, instead of having to do the asteroid stuff. Because the thing with the asteroid stuff is it's, again, way easier on the ones that are on the rim. They're all the way outside. If we could... Oh, there's one that is about to develop life. Nice, nice. We just gotta keep that one alive, basically. So that takes us to 4 life planets. Makes me incredibly happy. And I love the background as well. Like, I don't know how well it's showing up on stream. I know that my stream quality could be a lot better. But to be honest with you, I don't actually think that's the most important part of streaming. I know it's a very visual medium, but at the same time, I think sound is way more important. And I don't necessarily think that my voice is that of an angel, but I do think I got decent sound quality for the most part. There's some stuff that could be better. I think I got like some noise bleeding in sometimes through the windows. I got really old windows. They're like 30 years old, so... And there's now like, well, now, this kind of always been a bus route like on the street that I live. So occasionally you'll hear like a bus going by. But I don't think it's that bad, to be honest. Like, ignoring that, I do think the sound quality is crisp enough for just someone that streams as like a slight little hobby. I've had a lot of fun just with this stream, man. I gotta be real. It's been great. It's actually been quite great being here and just showcasing this game. It's been a while since I've played it, but it's kind of good to be back. And I think the more variety you do in terms of like gaming, the more you enjoy the various games that you play. It's very good to just know-life something and feel like you're always improving at it. But there's something to be said about just like actually jumping in and out of all sorts of new games and, you know, managing that initial sucky period of like, well, I'm not very good yet and maybe I'll never be, but hey, I'm having fun though. And incidentally, we now are only missing, what is it, like 4 life planets until we are quote-unquote perfect. Now again, you could make an argument that our orbits are all messed up, they're not all in the same direction, and yada yada yada. And I mean, hey, all of that stuff actually matters. If you are saying all of that, then you're right, by the way. 100% correct. But we don't care so much at the moment, because before we worry about it being literally perfect, we want to just get there. We want to get the 10 life planets and build the armada of our dreams. We gotta, like, care for this particular one while it develops life. It's hard, though, because we have, like, such a weird gravitational pull now with the double suns, essentially. Okay, so it looks like we need 3 more life planets. And I mean, we're picking up a lot of asteroids with all the other ones. Are they any amount of close? No. No, if we can upgrade these, if we just run into random planets that are about to evolve into life planets, we're definitely ditching them. The only question is, that I'm kind of, like, scared about, but I don't think we need to be, is, are we close to turning into, like, a neutron star? I don't think it matters, because as long as one of our stars stays a large star, I think we're fine. I mean, even with, like, double neutron, I think we'd be fine. And by fine, I mean we could keep the same number of planets in our grasp. That's kind of a big deal for me. That's really important. It's what I've been working on for the past, oh, I don't know, 12 minutes or so. But time really does fly when you're having fun, apparently. Let's see. How's this green one doing? Yeah, the cycling of stuff can sometimes be a little, like, annoying when you have this many planetoids. But hey, man, the price of greatness, apparently, is that you gotta press, like, the 1 and 2 number keys a little often. Can't use numpad for that. I just checked. I was curious because it would kind of be convenient, but I get it. Numpad doesn't always exist on everybody's keyboard. I respect the fact that they made it all keyboard friendly. Hashtag not all keyboards. Do you prefer a keyboard with numpad or without? I really like having a numpad. I actually use it all the time. I wouldn't go as far as some folks do, where they buy, like, a cheap keyboard and then they buy a separate, like, numpad attachment for their keyboard. I think that might be a little psychotic. I think that's a little too much. But like, if I have the choice between having a numpad and not, then I'm always gonna take, like, yeah, give me that shit. But I'm not gonna invest into it, you know? It's a nice to have. It's not a need to have. I'm one of those crazy people that did an office job for, I want to say, 4 years without using, like, a wireless mouse or a separate keyboard. I just literally used the stuff on my laptop. And that, like, sends people to the fucking stratosphere. They're like, what? How were you able to do that? And here's the fucking secret, man. I just use high DPI on this computer. Like, you've seen my mouse movement in FPS games. It's jank. I've had people accuse me of having, like, all sorts of fucking degenerative diseases and handshakes. And I mean, frankly, my hand does shake a little bit, but I've always kind of figured that that's kind of normal. And also, I have used my hands extensively for all sorts of, like, arts and crafts shit and hobbying and whatnot, so it kind of makes sense to me that they have some damage. I also literally drove into a wall one time, so I think maybe that damaged some nerve endings. I don't know. It was with the bicycle, not with the car, before you ask. I didn't have a license yet. I was like 11 or something. We just upgraded into, well, we're about to upgrade into another life planet. We're missing 2 at the moment. How are those doing? How's the greenie doing? 59 is real bad. 73 is not bad, though. 73 means that there's a chance. There's a realistic chance we level this up. And the grind is gonna take longer than the actual fights once we get into it. You'll see. You'll see. You'll all see. We're just trying to focus on purple over here. It didn't really work. And now we gotta be careful with that one because it could easily get killed. It's so far out. It's a balancing act. You gotta watch out for a lot of variables, man. I mean, if we could get that purple one where it needs to be, I'd be extremely happy, actually. Let's try to focus on that. There's an asteroid field right there. We don't need much. We don't need much at all. But we do have to get it in there so that it can actually get it. It is a life planet now, for what it's worth. We're going to avoid a collision with that. So essentially we're just missing one more life planet or a lot of mass on this one. Now, at this point, I would really prefer just finding a random life planet, to be honest with you. I wouldn't mind getting some more mass on the purple as well, but, you know, it is what it is. It is so, like, far out there. It's about to get killed, I think. Yep, we gotta be a bit careful. I think we should probably, like, grind a little bit of XP on this solar system here. Because even though we have a ton of light planets, they're so baby right now. They're so tiny. No kills, not good shields, nothing good going on yet. We gotta instigate a fight. We gotta bully this little guy over here. Like, remember when we were smaller and how those things seemed massive? Now we're one of the big boys. We're actually in the big leagues, essentially. We're so far away that we can't actually hear the fighting. I mean, in space, you wouldn't hear it in the first place. But again, it's an arcadey game, so normally you hear, like, the blasters and the collisions and all this other stuff. It adds to the game, though, so I don't feel bad that they did that. It's kind of like in Star Wars. Like, I get it. Like, oh, it's not supposed to have sound. It's like, okay, but it's more fun with sound, though. And, I mean, who cares? If you're looking for scientific accuracy in a genre that has, like, actual laser swords, then maybe you're in the wrong place. I'm not, like, the world's biggest Star Wars fan, but I'm never gonna give them shit for, like, oh, it's inaccurate. It's like, bro, there's, like, fucking space wizards. Like, what did you expect? Did you seriously think that this was gonna, like, I don't know, include legitimate physics and all that other shit? Like, nah, bro, it's space fantasy. Sometimes that's okay. In fact, it's more than okay. Oh, I see a big solar system over there. That could be the fight of our life right here. Let's get in position. Pull our fleet over here. If you move too fast, you see your fleet kind of jumps with you, but when you stop moving, they immediately, like, stop boosting as well. So we can kind of get them into position to fight, which is what we've done over here. Still am looking for a little bit more mass on this lad. We'll hopefully get there in time. Or maybe we'll just get, like, a random planet. That's the other option, obviously. And I mean, how are we doing XP-wise? There's one planet, this particular pink planet, that has 29 kills. It's full of blood-hungry warriors. And everyone else kind of just exists. And I mean, we did just lose life on one of our planets. Looked away for a second. 2 destroyers tend to do that. I do think our orbits are not great right now, so that's potentially going to bite us in the ass. If we grind enough XP, it won't matter, is the thing, though. We're still not there yet, but hey, we could get there in time. And again, this is one of those things where it's gonna get easier and easier. And now we do have our final life planet. There we go. Immediately save it. Immediately save it. Let's make it a separate, safe current system. There we go. 2 stars, 10 planets. All with life. Very, very good. We're in prime position to actually get some more XP off of this solar system that we're fighting and the one above us a little. And then we can actually get into the duel. Because if it would be possible to do the duel without having to respawn, that would be the best. I mean, you can see, like, this is a very involved spaceship battle now, dude. There's, like, carriers and all sorts of shit going on. There's, like, all sorts of vehicles flying around, attacking one another. It's very pretty to look at, even though I'm not doing much. I'm literally WASD pilled. But it's working, and I enjoy it. And apparently we're murdering that particular system that is, like, moving in on us. Yeah, look at the size of the fleet on both sides. There's so many ships flying around. It's just cool. I mean, I'm kind of feeling good about this right now. Let's actually do the duel. Let's jump into the final missions before the boss here. Okay, kid. Think you can be the champ? Take down the star system. Let's see what you can do. I feel like I've given the entity like 6 different kinds of accents by now. None of them good, by the way. Literally none of them good. So we gotta fight these guys. It's gonna be more of the same that we've been doing, essentially. Which is also why I decided to just go ahead with it, because the first one is gonna be kind of... Look, we're not in the same weight class, as you can clearly see. Like, we can just, like, pull up and kind of unleash devastation. Look at that, just shields flickering all over the place. I'm gonna employ the Death Spin technique. The Death Blossom attack, if you will. And hopefully it'll kind of keep them in place, because there is a nearby solar system that I think is significantly more dangerous than the one that we actually have to kill for the quest. So maybe let's just focus on the one that will get us progress, huh? Incidentally, this will also show what I was talking about earlier, where essentially this will only count as a kill if we manage to kill the sun itself at the heart of the system. So the planets are more obstacles in our goal right now, which is fine. You could just be an idiot and bum rush the sun at the heart of it all, but as you can see, they also have shields, so there'd be like a large amount of knockback, and I would probably lose a shitload of my planets doing it. And we spend a lot of time grinding XP on them, so let's not do that. Now, they're trying to kind of get away. They've already lost, I want to say, 1 planet. Maybe 2. Yeah, I think they probably had like 8 at the start. So we're going to try to get below them, because that's kind of the ideal position. Because right now our fleet is in like the perfect position to deal a ton of damage. I mean, you can clearly see that they just ate one of the planets. It's lifeless now, it's just a husk. A lot of shields are missing on the other ones. And I mean, it's the same thing as with every other quest, where anything else that damages this particular solar system, like they just lost a planet there, still counts for us. So if we can guide them into another solar system, there's no time limit on this particular mission here, so we can take all the time that we want. Again, I'm just gonna endeavor to go below them. I am trying to watch out for everything, essentially. And yeah, they'd managed to get my planet back right there. There was a big collision. The larger you are, the harder it is to manage all of that. That's kind of the challenge of the game. But when it comes to actual fighting, having this many planets with life on them, there's something about it, man. It does mean that you get to do a shitload of damage once you actually get in there. And I mean, we currently have such a large fleet that if we eliminate most of the planets that this system has, there's an actual chance that we just kill the star with like straight up shooting, which is very rarely a thing that actually happens. Now, I'm hoping that by going a little bit farther away, we don't fail the mission, because I'm basically like taking a detour over here. Had to dodge a planet, and then there's a system in the way. Oh, apparently I'm not allowed to just run away. I mean, they kind of ran away more than me, to be honest, but that's okay. They're just right there, by the way. That's literally them right below here. So we have to blitz them more, essentially. I mean, hey, lesson learned. Let's do that then. We are kind of unwieldy in terms of size. We're big. We're a big guy for you, apparently. They have good orbits. They definitely have good orbits. Everything very close together. There's an argument to be made to do a little bit of knife fighting style action. Hit some planets with other planets. But I would rather do this the old-fashioned style, you know? And I mean, a lot of the death spinning is going to be involved. Now, for the death spin, you got to take into account that you don't have to avoid the entire like solar system. Like, I'm not actually this big. I'm not actually the full size of my most far out located orbit. It depends on where those particular planets are at the time of me moving. So I can go in closer. I can dip in a little bit more, close the gap, deal more damage by doing that. And again, this is like a little bit of the more skillful aspect of it, even though it's not exactly visually very interesting, but it is some stuff that you do have to do if you want to be efficient at this. And you can clearly see why, because again, they're no longer really running away, and my fleet, because I'm essentially always circling it, for the most part, a lot of the time it's behind me, my target basically, they spawn in the perfect position to swarm it and deal damage even if they do get killed. Their guys obviously spawn and they don't have like an existing rush distance because they can just fire from the spawn point almost. But still, we have more of a critical mass of ships currently. And again, the reason we do that is because we took the time to grind it out. We got a lot of planets. They have insanely good shields though. So that's why sometimes I'll stop and let like my ships converge on one planet in particular. Again, if we see a planet that is like just damaged like that one, we can just like kill it by knocking it with a shield, because it's one less target for our ships. Which means that there's more firepower going into the other planets that they have. We don't want to do that with planets that still have their shield up, because it's just going to have like a knockback effect, and is going to make it so that we lose a planet as well. And trading 1 for 1 is not really worth it for us right now, because our big advantage is the fact that we have more. But we have a lot of destroyers there. They just went in, blasted a bunch of shields. I think it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. I'm going to stop moving for a sec to have our ships kind of go in. I do believe that one of the later missions of this category will have a timer, but I think it might be the last one. So at that point, we'll just kind of suicide in there and also knife fight with our own suns. Because nothing deals as much impact damage as a sun colliding with an object. Except, you know, you also take the damage if you don't have shields. But hey, that's why we have 2,800 mass. We got plenty to go. I'm okay with losing some of that. And I mean, now we've reached the critical stage of the fight here, where we've killed like 2 or 3 planets, and all of a sudden we're just converging on all the rest. It's just down to 1 planet. Again, we're very, very like shortly going to reach the phase where our ships are going to deal a crapload of damage to the sun itself that is there. There's no actual shield on it now, so if we see a good time for it, then we might want to go for the collision to actually end this. Like right here. There you go. And again, that just goes to show you gotta kill the sun to get that. You have your first victory, but don't get cocky. Long road ahead. I am not gonna get cocky, but I am pretty good at this. I've done it a lot. I've fought a lot of solar systems. I would almost say that it's like the core element of the game that I like the most. This part of the game. And one of the reasons why I would recommend you also either go through the game and complete it, or I still have a YouTube video up on my YouTube channel about this game. I think I did like 2 or 3 episodes of a Let's Play. Never finished it, unfortunately, but I might not ever finish it now, because I'm basically finishing it on stream, as it turns out. But I do have a link there to my Google Drive, and I think it includes my save file. Time to go pro. Here's your first professional bout. Make me proud, kid. I mean, it's a very similar system. Still no timer, thankfully, so again, we're gonna do much of the same that we just did before. And essentially do a little bit of death spinning, deal chip damage to everything. And we're looking to reach that convergence moment, you know, when a lot of planets have taken enough damage where they just collapse. Because we can push the advantage at that point. Now, if at any point we see a shieldless planet in there, then we can just like go in for a collision with whatever is closest. Like this, for example, I'm gonna just like touch it, get it out of the way, move it to a different orbit, or have it crash into something else. There we go. Now, we basically sacrifice the planet for one of theirs, but we can probably do a better follow-up. Let's see. So it's again knocked out of orbit, taken a lot of like actual impact damage. We did lose like one of our planets, so it has to get life again. Not ideal. I thought the planet in question on their side was smaller than it actually was. That's the price when you're so large though, like you're so zoomed out that it's harder to tell. But they are losing. They're definitely losing right now. So it's kind of all good. And one planet losing production of ships for a little bit is totally a-okay right now, if it means that everything else can just like swarm the rest of the stuff. And again, if we see a planet with no shields, we have a shielded planet on like an outer orbit, oh baby, you know what we're doing, we're meleeing that shit. Also, if we can make it happen that we can just like converge on a planet like this one, kind of placing it between 2 orbits so that it gets swarmed by a lot of our stuff. And I'm purposefully like keeping it close. There we go. We just like knocked it a little bit, moved it aside. Ideally, we would have cracked it so that it's completely dead, but hey, you can't have it all. Pretty sure it still went down. A lot of our destroyers are still in prime position to do more stuff. And again, we're winning. We're slowly but surely winning on a galactic scale. Now, in universe, you gotta imagine how fucking terrifying this is. Like, these species, probably multiple species on these planets, all of these are sentient, spacefaring, potentially hominids. I'm not sure, like, how crazy we want to go. But these are advanced alien races just murdering each other over thousands, potentially tens of thousands of years. That's fucking terrifying when you think about it. And truly, it says a lot about society. You know, war. War never changes. Except when you go to space. Because then you get lasers. Kind of true. But yeah, we've essentially won this. Like, no doubt about it. They have no more shields. One single life planet. We can converge on it, basically. It's only gonna get worse for them. They're already, like, coming towards our suns. They don't have any shields. They don't have any life. They don't have anything. I would prefer if they got even smaller. A little bit, because I'm not sure a single collision will kill them. But, I mean, hey, we can try. It did. It did absolutely kill them. Well, you've nearly topped the charts in your weight division. Nearly. I mean, hey, we gotta do the actual final mission for this particular bit. And then we're now on 97%. I don't think it counts the boss fight as part of the story, unfortunately. So we still have that, but that is essentially just one mission. So let's do it. I think this might have a timer. Well, kid, this is it. Fighting the champion. You think you got what it takes? Oh no, you know what I'm mixing it up with? There's a challenge where you fight the champion, but you do have a minute or something, like a timer. So we have all the time in the world. Now, they do have more suns than us. So the collision stuff is potentially not going to work, which may be a problem. Because that's how we finished both of these fights so far, and that's why this one's going to be more challenging. But I do think I got what it takes. I think I do. Because I think we just need to focus on a couple of the outer planets. And also just do a little bit of chip damage. Do the little swirly. Damage everything all at once. Just ping everybody all at once. And we can't discount the fact that this particular system is also larger than us. So if they have to move, which eventually they will have to, and they will, they're already kind of attempting to run away because of the sheer amount of damage we've pumped out. There's a much higher chance that they get, like, knocked into something. Now, the big problem is always going to be that, as we experienced before, we cannot get far, like, away from this, because it auto-fails the mission. So we're kind of locked in right now, we gotta, like, fight it out to the best of our abilities. Now, you might be like, well, like, Mumbles, you're doing nothing. No planets have been really, like, killed as of yet. And you're right, you're absolutely right. But you might remember the part where I also mentioned that we're kind of just focusing on dealing a little bit of damage currently. I'm gonna, like, pull these out over here. We could also use some asteroid strats to essentially, like, hit them with that. I'm trying to see, there's a planet over there that has now, like, lost its shield, the green one. By the time we get back there, I think it's gonna have shields again. But maybe we can keep the pressure up. Yeah, this is the one. You can kind of see that it has weaker shields now. So maybe we can just, like, focus in on it and eliminate it. There we go. Let's see. I want to kind of hit it with this. Lost a lot of its mass. It also means that one of our orbits has changed now, but it's not necessarily for the worst. So that's one less of them. We gotta go, like, from the outside in, if at all possible. So maybe this planet, although the orbit isn't so ideal for us, because we have to, like, fly the other direction, ideally. So I'm gonna just keep on keeping on. I don't know how our shields are holding up. There's another planet we could attack over here. We can focus on this, like, off red, kind of pinkish one over here, and have our next wave basically attack it. Get super close, and use our turrets to make sure that none of the stuff that it spawns gets anywhere. And it's so far out, and it's so slow in terms of orbit that we just, like, killed it. Incidentally, the other planet we wanted to kill is also coming right up to us now. We can, like, knock this one away a little and deal a ton of impact damage. So maybe we can get the red one that we were gunning for before. Now, we're seeing a problem here because there's another system over here. We got overcrowding, so we got absolutely max life now, I think. And a lot of the achievements you'll just get randomly like that. Essentially, what the game doesn't tell you is that you do need, like, max XP on all of your planets to get that achievement, for example. But If you're just going to go out and have fun with the game, you're probably going to get that anyway. Now, if there's any collisions happening off screen, that's great for us, because we haven't lost any of our planets right now. And they've already lost like 2 or 3. There's that red planet. It has sped up, so I think it collided with something, which is both good and a bad thing, but now it is without life. If we could follow it up, or maybe that the bunch of nomads could keep the pressure on for it, that would be ideal. I don't mind going behind this guy right now if it means that they might have more collision troubles. Like, I just want to be able to stay close enough to not fail the mission. I think they lost a couple of their planets. Arguably not enough to make a difference, but they have, like, a lack of shields and a lack of life right now. There's a very real chance we get rid of all the planetoids soon. And I mean, for that, I'll just, like, stop moving and let my fleet go back in. To essentially charge back in. Did a little bit of an asteroid hit. I'm not sure if you saw. I'm gonna try to hit this, and also do it like that a little. We're staying close enough, and they have a lot of, like, worthless planets. Now, the sad part is they might, like, get that one, but thankfully they didn't, and it actually took one of their planets. Normally you gotta watch out for that too. We're essentially drive-by fighting for the most part. Now, we are in, like, a little crappy position, but they might fly into this system more than we were supposed to. Yep, their suns are taking a lot of damage too throughout all of this. So now the question becomes, how do we want to go in and fight? Because they've sped up so much that it's almost like down to collision time, essentially. Again, I'm okay with just, like, little stalling and letting them, like, hit into more stuff, because now it's just 2 stars and a couple other things. We can, like, knock that away, get it on a different orbit, make our life a little easier. And also, because of the collision, they've slowed down significantly. So we just want to keep them on screen, make sure that if we see any life planets, we knock them away with our own suns. And we could also, after we knock that back, we can also just do this. And we've essentially done it. All hail the new champion. There you go. We just have to catch him. Well, bugger me. You've done all my tasks. As a reward, I can give you special god powers. And just step on over to my office and I'll sort you out. Yeah, don't believe his lies, by the way. So, we have a small star over here from the collision. Yeah, it's just a small star. I think we might be good. So this is the final boss fight coming up, by the way. Absolutely the final boss. We have a ton of, like, planets. This is going to be a little different than the previous fights. It's not exactly going to be like the duel, but you'll see what I mean. It's a lot of fun, actually. But we got to figure it out. It's more of a puzzle boss, if anything. Yeah, it turns out giving you special god powers is a lot of paperwork. Instead, I'll just destroy you. Easier for us both, I'd say. So you might notice a couple indicators on the screen right now, at this moment. Those are 2, like, black hole indicators. Oh, and there's a boss, like, soundtrack that I always forget about. So the entity is, like, throwing entire, like, planets at us. He has a bunch of, like, stars, and essentially we gotta knock into these things so that they go into the solar systems, the black holes. We gotta, like, kind of figure it out, kind of jank it up a little. Yeah, that was devastating for us. Like, we just lost a bunch of possibility. My office isn't open to the dead. I died a little earlier there than I thought. We can try again, though. Essentially, you just want to, like, get some of the stars off course so that they start, like, falling into, because all of it is balanced, like, very, very peculiarly on the idea that, you know, you have, like, 2 black holes that, like, exist, but they're, like, throwing planets at you, and you need to, like, find a way to essentially, like, knock a lot of this stuff, like, off course. And essentially we're looking to damage, like, a couple of the stars consistently, such as this one over here. because that one is already losing a ton of mass. Now, the difficulty is obviously with the number of, like, planets being thrown around, and also the black holes being there. We don't want to get sucked in by those. Oh man, we missed it like both times, but it is just a small star now, so... And obviously, we ideally would like to have, like, shields. So we dismantled one of the stars. Now, if we get the other side, then I think it's gonna be Problem City for him. Because stuff will get way, way too close. Maybe that one, but I already kind of got started on the other one. The difficulty is gonna be that we are soon going to run out of shields, I think, eventually. But we'll do our best. Ooh, that would have been a good hit. That would have been a great hit. Okay, okay. I want to go up and hit it, essentially. Would have been nice to hit it on the other way as well. Ah, I just missed it. I got, like, caught in the gravity of it all. It's just holding him back, huh? I think if we get this farthest one down here, he's gonna be up shit creek without a paddle. Okay, okay. We still have shields, interestingly enough, so we're doing something alright. We did lose one of those planets now, but I think we can just get one of these instead. I do love the fucking music, it's so good. Oh, that was a good hit by him, man. He dodged it, basically. Bro, his, like, throwing is on point, huh? Man, I really need to hit that one little tiny star on the corner. But it's very difficult. Oh, it's getting there, though. It's getting there. I think this will probably be the end for him soon. Because if we destroy that, like, the setup is gonna change a lot. We can't possibly catch that one. We can catch that, and that potentially will have a, like, life on it eventually. Sif. Okay, so he's not completely destroyed yet, but his capabilities are significantly reduced. He's making less bullshit now. We could also attempt to just, like, feed the black holes that he has, but I think we're better off just, like, hitting the crap out of his various stars and essentially making sure that everything falls apart as a consequence. We should ideally focus on one, though. Like, right now I'm spreading the damage around too much, and it might result in our demise. Yeah, we will not... Well, we will be able to rescue it, I think. Remains to be seen if it's gonna help a lot, but... Yeah, we need to focus on the impact damage. I'm okay with sacrificing one of those, like, stars with... Well, stars, planets with life on it. We can also now kind of almost let him, like, screw himself over a lot of the time. Yeah, we just got a bunch of extra planets that we can use against him. If we mash the velocity, we can essentially, like, just collect these as he's, like, throwing at it. Ooh, that could have been a great hit, but there was no follow-up. Again, we can just catch that. Like, sure, you took one of my planets, but I took the one that you threw at me. We want to avoid the black holes. I'm rather, like, instead of just keeping on the damage, there's no way that he gets, like, shields back now. Neither do I, by the way. We're in the Avengers Endgame now. I would much rather, like, just make sure that we can go back in and attack this one. Oh, we will actually have shields. We just got a bunch of planets that had, like, life on them. Interestingly enough. That star that we keep, like, attacking is about to collapse, by the way. Hey, look over there, squirrel nuggets. Okay, okay. Which one do we go for next? We already started on this one, but it's kind of in an awkward position. Stop that. Oh, we gotta kill all of his stars. Okay. Normally, you just gotta, like, I guess maybe I went about it the wrong way, because normally if you just kill enough of his, like, stars, he falls into his own black holes. Gotta be careful. He did kill one of our stars. So we can have, like, less planets now. We just dealt a bunch of damage to him, though, so... Man, our orbits are super, super, like, close now. Game over! Yep. He got sucked into his own black hole. Hey man, what's up? Yo, just playing some Solar too. I lost to the final boss though. Sucks. What strategy did you use? I got like 7 stars and made a rough circle, then put 2 black holes in the middle, spawned plants and flung them at him. Didn't work though. Haha, you really suck at that game, dude. Hey, shut the fuck up, man. I bet they were using hacks or something. I totally should have won. Whatevs, indie games suck anyway. Let's play some Space Marine modern day realistic zombie FPS combat. Well, hey, I'll whip your butt. Alright, let's be quick. I think my apple pie is nearly done. You see, it's social commentary. The entity was an asshole because he's a player like me. And they're just on the planet that we have there. And now we have unlocked God options. And wouldn't you know it, it was a 4-hour stream. We went into this game. It's 100% done. It's just fucking done, boy. Now, we could obviously get into the challenges, and there's like a set of those. You got 2 asteroid challenges, 3 planet challenges, 3 star challenges, multi-star challenges. I think it's the Chaos Duel that I kept mixing it up with. But yeah, that's Solar 2, baby. That's Solar 2. I think I will end, because, you know, I usually gun for a 4-hour stream. And yeah, the game doesn't lie though. There's a ton of achievements that are a lot of fun to get and very difficult to get. I think I mentioned this before, like have 15 asteroid moons around your planet. It's not difficult, but it's time consuming. The one that's ridiculous is Grind Star, make a 40-star system. I've done it before, it just takes a long time. But some of it is crazy. Like, kill all the attacking ships in the first part of the heist mission before completing it. That's like not difficult, but it is, well, more difficult than what we did for sure. You potentially have to do the concert, if you guys remember, but with no life. That's a pretty rough one. That's a pretty rough one. A lot of it is basically built on itself. There's also a mode where you play as dark matter versions of the stuff that you have, where at any point if you die, you actually get, like, you create a black hole, and those stay around forever, and that can become very, very rough really fast. But yeah, that's Solar 2, man. Now, if we want it to be super rude, then we could just devour the entity, because the entity lives on this planet. He's dead now. He's forever dead now. And we are just a star in the cosmos. I mean, hey, sometimes it's easy, and that's all you gotta do. I will not be able to kill this guy. It's impossible for me to do that. He will continue to shoot at me forevermore. But hey, I want to check if anybody that I may know is like actually live and doing stuff. It's all big streamers. Well, that's a bit on the sad side, isn't it? Still, that's Solar 2, man. It is 4 hours into the stream. I had a good time. I hope you did too. I think I'm just gonna end at that point. And like I said, I'm very, very pleased that we were able to actually get it all done. I didn't think it would be a possibility, but I'm kind of happy that we were able to. You basically got to see the whole game, and that's kind of nice. I will not be live tomorrow, as I mentioned before, but Thursday I will be. But the difference is going to be that instead of sitting here and talking at you and showing a game, I'll be over there on the table, like on the end of the table, painting some stuff. I don't yet know how that's going to be set up completely. It's going to be kind of jank, but I think it's going to work. We're going to do our best, at least. And we're going to be working on this little guy, primarily. Maybe some other stuff, but it's going to be this lad. He's a half-orc barbarian, and we're going to paint him as such. So that's the plan for Thursday. Hopefully you guys will show up for that. I know I will, because I kind of have to. And that's currently the dealio. Like I said, I hope you had a good time tuning in. I really enjoyed playing this game again and showcasing essentially all of it that I could right here. I do think it's a worthy part of the Wut Games week, even if it was just one day, and that's the only day I'll get to do basically this week. And hey, maybe on Friday we get to do something still. Lord knows. But either way, I hope you guys have a nice day ahead of you. And I will see you in 2 days. Not tomorrow, but in 2 days. Bye-bye!
Here is the safest place to be, in the modern home on wheels. Under you is a rigid steel foundation. Steering controls anchored to the frame. Dependable brakes to stop you safely in every emergency. Knee action to keep you steady over the bumps and set you down easy in case of a blowout.
So we have just an ordinary day, ordinary traffic. Yet any number of these drivers are potential killers. Here's one of them. He doesn't look like a killer, does he? That is why ordinary tires are not enough. That is why ordinary tires are not enough.
Let's get out of here before somebody gets hurt.